Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I am Doug, your dungeon master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. Where we left off, the Folly had made their way through the Helterlands, facing all sorts of dangers along the way, including a sort of side mission, if you will, to the Celestarium, where they had a variety of visions and challenges that they overcome, but eventually saw the angel Arcthurian make a sort of remarkable sacrificial deal to free Stoic of Bolgash's rulership. So then the party, still with Glaive tagging along, made their way back, confronted the tiefling that had been looking for Asura and killed him and most of his crew. They then progressed to Lirindil, back to Fort Relica, where they attempted to figure out ways of entering the country after discovering the massive amounts of bureaucracy that was in place and kind of, low probability of success for people being allowed inside the country to just freely roam. They decided to go a back channel route. Eventually reaching out to, after doing some listing, they discovered about a group called the Odd Boys, led by a figure they eventually knew as Draetherian Fallow. They made contact with someone who brought them before him and have been in the process of having a conversation with him about their intents and the possibilities of help getting inside the borders, getting past Fort Relica. And so, in the midst of that conversation, there was a tense moment where it looked like things might turn violent, but the party seemingly has managed to get him to listen to them for the time being, in which case he finally said that we can negotiate. So, that is where we're going to pick things back up. So, you again find yourself before him as he's standing, he's kind of walked up to you guys, and he's only, just as a reminder, you're looking at a guy with kind of scraggly, ill-kept, short beard, with this sort of messy bedhead hair, with a sort of practical brown leather and cloth garb. And now that he's closer, you can kind of see he's actually got chains on his like small chains on his wrist, with another number of leather thongs or ropes or bracelets and what have you on his wrist, with several rings of various kinds. And despite the fact that he's only about 5'4", like he's shorter than all of you. And despite that fact, you can't help, as he walks up to you, him still having some presence to him. And even at a distance, you can tell everyone around him is paying attention to him. It's one of those situations where all eyes are on him and attentive to what he's saying and doing, like listening to. You get the impression this is definitely the guy in charge, and despite his size, he is, he gives off at least the air of someone you got to take seriously. So as he continues, and he says, "So, I'm to understand you want to get inside Lirindil, yeah?"
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And you don't feel like going through the paperwork of the proper ways, yeah?
It seems that the paperwork is going to be quite tedious.
Yeah, never been much myself. But what is in it for me? us.
Well, that really, I guess, depends. What is it that you want?
Well, I'm always open to creative thoughts, but I can run you through a list of expenses that just come to the top of my head based on the situation that I'm seeing before me, if you like.
You're the man that holds the room, so please.
Well, standard transport of this sort would be about 100 gold apiece, but you're going to need a reason to be in country, yeah? That would be another 200 gold added to your total. And you'll need to add another 100 to your bill because you chose Fort Relica, which is especially guarded and harder to work with, mate. And then you'll need to add another 100 to your bill for the size of him. So we're gonna have to use a big barrel, and we can't use that one terribly often.
Wait, a barrel costs 100 gold?
No. Of course a barrel does not... You're not the smart one of the group, are you?
I think I am, but I've been told otherwise.
Well, I have not the time nor the child's painting implements to explain it to you. So you're just going to have to take it at my word. And you'll need to add another 100 to your total because I do not know you. And then, and his eyes fall on you, you're going to have to add another 500 because you are Al-Rakan. And he says in Infernal, harder to hide your accent in this tongue.
When I say back in Infernal, I can say it in any tongue I want. These horns are coverable.
Maybe. And he switches back to common. That was, by the way, the deception check that I had you make randomly last time when you spoke Infernal.
Yep.
And he says, that may be. But the fact is you're probably the worst nationality to bring into this particular country. They don't have what you might say a high opinion of the people they've been at war with for hundreds of years. So surely you can understand, because for all I know, you might be a spy. Or someone with political intentions that frankly I'd rather not get myself tangled up with, so if I'm going to take that risk, I am going to make sure it is worthwhile for all of us.
What if there is not an Al-Rakan here when it's time to leave?
What, you're going to try to do without me?
No, I'm saying that I will not be Al-Rakan when you see me next.
Oh no, you're missing the point, love. It's not. Your accent normally and your garb and everything is very well done. It's no slight against you. It's just the risk. You are what you are, and if you are discovered and linked back to me, it could cause real trouble for everything I have built in this here country.
It is a respectable thing that you have built in this country. I also have things that I have built outside of this country. I know that you do not trust me, and therefore I cannot say with certainty that my word is of value to you. But I can say that I do have a network brewing. One that is not leaning to any political organizations, but has lots of information. Are you interested in information? outside of this country?
Outside. Well, I mean, I've got to say, not terribly.
Then do you
I
want...
tend to keep mine within the border, or crossing thereof. So unless you have terribly pertinent information for that sort of thing... I don't operate off promises.
I understand. But you do seem like someone who does well to know what is happening around them, yes?
Well, I'll do what I can.
We do not know yet answers to certain questions we have, but inside this country are many secrets. Secrets that could impact you and yours, could impact this entire region. Perchance once we know these things, we can share the pertinent parts of the information. Not who gave it to us, but how it impacts you. Beyond just the common day-to-day problems.
Well, then for future business, that might be tradable information. Perhaps. But if that's the basis on which you'd like to go forward, I will simply withhold services until you produce the thing that you can trade.
Unfortunately,
Otherwise, it's...
we need to get into the city to get you that information. How would you feel to 50% now and 50% in 3 days? And if our information isn't good enough, then we'll pay you the full sum. But if our information is good, you'll take that as payment.
Well, how about 50% for 50% of you? Get me that information, then we bring the other 50% through.
Unfortunately, our contacts inside are expecting all of us, and they may think there was something funny going on if our entire party did not enter.
He sort of like walks up to you, and he's shorter than you, but he is just not bothered by that fact at all. As he just sort of looks at you, and he's like, ah, convenient.
Also annoying because if it was up to me, we wouldn't have to be going through all this hassle. But we do, and there's a lot of us, and unfortunately that makes it tough to go anywhere inconspicuously, which I'm aware of, but we do need the entire party.
Well, I suppose we're back to the clink clink.
What are we up to? What's the total price?
7, 9, 10, 11, 12 plus 5 is 1,700 gold.
How much do we have in our bank?
More than that, but that's
Yeah.
still a big chunk of money
Yeah,
out of our.
that's
That's a big chunk
yeah.
out of our
Yes.
of our money, even though we got a big chunk from the dead boys.
Yeah.
True.
Then is there anything that you need delivered?
Well, I have my friends who deliver, which is the service for which you are relying on. If I could rely on you to deliver for me, then you wouldn't need me, but of course you do.
I mean further into this country. Or someone whom your boys are a little bit adverse to engaging with.
Like,
I don't know. You're the one with the connections.
I think I...
Or someone that you would rather not come back to you. Because if we don't come back to you, then neither does that handoff.
Well, I am someone who likes to maintain an open mind and an open friendship of exchange, but I need something to exchange that's not simply promises. So, if we get you in and you do produce something useful to me and you deliver it, I'm sure I'd be willing to pay or trade for such a thing. Consider it a rebate, if you like. Which is what you're asking for, except on promise from people I do not know. You seem to me very high risk.
High risk, high reward.
I prefer the right amount of reward for the right amount of risk.
May we have a sidebar?
Ah,
Thank you.
And we'll mosey on away, like, wherever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in a room full of people. There's no place to go that isn't other people.
just kind of like huddle up. And
Yeah,
talk,
huddle up, guys.
Talk softly.
Yeah.
He
In
kind
whisper
of
tones.
he steps back up to his chair and you know he takes a moment to like kick the guy who's kneeling who was talking earlier as he walks up.
Look, I really hate to admit it. We either need to kill this guy or pay this guy.
We're never going to be able to kill this guy. Do you see how many people are in this room? We're going to get our asses kicked. I just came back from the dead. I don't want to die again.
I didn't say kill all of them. I said kill him and then leave.
That would be
I'm
the worst thing
saying it's
ever.
not going to go well if we
Well.
kill him.
Then our choice is to pay him. We can fight with him all day long. I think this is a friendship tax. If we pay this guy and get in, we can make our money back off of him later. But I don't. Right now, we really don't have any cards. Unless one of you can think of something else.
Agree что, yeah. I say we pay some money, yeah. It's the best way in.
And I can't think of a better solution.
Yeah.
Don't like it, but
I don't either. We'll just have to make sure we ring him for everything he's got when we're done.
do we have anything we can trade with him? Like any physical objects he might want to trade?
Sure,
with
we
us?
have tons of really nice stuff we could trade with him, but I'm not trading my good shit.
But do we have anything that we could trade?
The good news is he's not very big, so when we ring him, not much will falls out.
I don't think he's gonna fall for that this is a magic candle situation.
What do you mean fall? Never mind.
Do you not remember the time that we
Yeah,
used...
we had a magic candle and we gave it away to the goblins.
It wasn't magic, it was a lie.
We didn't have a magic candle?
No.
I don't, we cannot convince him like the goblins yet. Those were simpletons. His man is a bit
We
more
convinced
wise.
goblins that we had a magic candle, and then Bear also believed we had a magic candle, so it was a really enjoyable experience for all of us.
They're talking about this while we're huddled, and I peek my head out to look at what everyone else is doing. Are they just staring at us? Like everyone?
Yeah, I mean, they went back to kind of talking, but
Okay.
they're definitely keeping an eye on you guys.
Make sure we don't do anything
You're still
crazy.
getting a lot of
And just
attention.
smile at
but,
them
like,
awkwardly.
Dorothy is like turned back around. He's actually went over and knelt down, like kind of like crouched down on his heels, and he's saying something to the guy on his knees. Not really trying to be quiet, so you could probably listen if you wanted to.
I would like to, yeah.
But okay, roll a perception check, just for the heck of it.
27.
Yeah!
Pretty good.
It's not bad, not
Not
bad.
bad at all.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. He says, he just like kind of gets down, like on it, like I said, crouches down on his knees in front of the guy, and just sort of looks at him, and as the guy is like clearly scared and everything like that. And he says, "Yeah, porcupines, yeah." The guy sort of nervously nods. He's like, "Have you ever seen one up close?" And he kind of shakes his head. He's like, "Nasty things. Long, thin, sharp, bone-like protrusions off the side of them, like the size of bleeding pencils, mate. What's nasty is that their quills have these tiny little barbs designed to tear up your skin if you try to remove them. Horrible little demonic things. Let me summon one up for you." And he actually holds his hand out, and a shimmering image appears in his hand of a porcupine, like this large, full-size porcupine. And you see the guy like kind of like some color drain from his skin a little bit as he's looking at this. And I know what you're thinking. It's not real. Of course it's not. I've always had to trap them. See, they eat vegetables, so trapping them with food is easy enough, but the catch is that you need something that smells strong enough to draw them in. Not gonna catch anything with a carrot, yeah? Anyway, garlic. Garlic, they can't get enough of, especially the young ones. Need to be young enough to be small enough for my purposes, logistically. Well, anyway, you don't need to understand the ins and outs of capturing, keeping, and transporting live porcupines. The point is that I'm going to lodge one inside of your throat. You just see the guy sort of like fall backwards on his heels, like all color drained from his face. And you just hear like, And then he gets up and walks back to his chair.
Turn back to the group. Guy's got a thing for porcupines.
He also has a thing for talking to himself, and I'm a little... I wonder who he's talking to.
Wait, you can't see the guy that he's talking to?
No, he's currently talking to a person, but before he was talking to himself.
Oh.
He keeps referring to somebody that is not there.
He does.
He listens to whoever it is, too. So whoever it is paying close attention.
So either he's crazy, or there's something invisible or beyond our scope of visibility. I'm actually hoping it's the latter, because this does not seem like the person you want to be dealing with if he's, Yeah.
He has magical capabilities. So.
Yeah.
Do we have any dragon parts we could trade?
Let's see. I believe that we have.
Perhaps he'd like a tooth.
We have like a ton of scales, I thought, too, we could get rid of.
But he sold most of the scales.
We sold the scales.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for some coin.
Okay.
Do you have any garlic?
Sure. We have any garlic?
What are we talking about, vampires?
Well,
Never mind.
I did buy that bulb.
We do have some scales left, and a
Okay.
dragon horn.
I mean, that should get us something, right? People like dragons.
It's true, yeah. We have one scale remaining, one horn, and about 15 teeth.
We gotta be willing to trade that.
That's a lot, yeah.
I don't know how much it'll really break things down, but maybe as a gift, a token.
Give it away for free?
No, I'm saying it probably won't cut down a lot of the cost.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying it could be used as a gesture.
Oh,
He
yeah.
doesn't.
Indeed,
I don't know if he's really in the animal trade.
People
What's-
like
if
dragons,
he's-
though.
But he does like porcupines.
If he's a visit, he can use
Did he
his
say
properties.
he trades porcupines? Or he
He said he captures them, right?
Well, at least, yeah.
he needs garlic to capture them or whatever?
He needs
Yeah,
garlic
That's what
for-
he was saying.
he
Was good at good for catching
I'm
them.
pretty
Yeah.
sure it was an elaborate.
It's
threat.
mostly into torture, is really what it is.
Just
Yeah.
saying, we could get this guy some garlic. Cut down the price.
How would you like a bushel of garlic, my guy?
There's a reason I rolled a 27, okay?
That's great.
Perhaps we could gift a tooth for a little bit of a knockoff of the price.
Yeah, we could do the tooth or the horn as well, yeah.
Is the horn not more valuable? Or
It
more?
is, yeah.
Or
If
isn't
it
it
cuts
something
down
that-
the price.
But can't we use it for something?
I don't think I can do anything with a horn right now, right? As far as magical properties. I don't think so.
It's not like an ingredient for a
I don't
spell.
know all the
That's-
ingredients of your spells. I
No,
don't think
nothing
so, though.
involves a dragon horn for my spell, so it's kind of like, just got this horn. For one day. I'm a, yeah.
Let's just start with a tooth because we don't know how good this relationship is going to be.
Okay.
Well, we only have one of the horns. We have multiple teeth.
We do it, yeah. Okay.
We're good?
We do it, yeah.
I think that's all I got.
I start counting out the money. Oh god, it pains me.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it. Easy.
I believe that we have something that I think is difficult to come across in trade. And I'll pull out 3 black dragon teeth and see if he actually can do you know what these are?
He kind of like looks at him from a distance, and he looks over to one of the tables, and you see a very kind of older, wiry gentleman with these kind of wire spectacles. Go over to you and and pick one up as he looks over it very carefully. And
I thought you had like one of those like eyeglass
yeah,
Jeweler's monocle.
dragon teeth. Yeah, color.
Yeah, black.
How big was the dragon?
Big enough, yeah, to do some damage. I say, 15 feet tall, yeah, about 20 feet
He
high.
was a young black dragon.
He was large, yeah, not infant.
Keyword was.
He looks back up at Dratherian and says, 20 piece.
Well,
Sounds lovely, thank you. Minus 60.
better than nothing.
Listen, I'll take any amount of money. It's just,
20 gold is 60 gold, so something.
but I have a gift. I will just need your ear for a moment. Come forward.
He just kind of beckons you up. The two big guys on either side of him don't move. But
Yeah. And I just lean in and I tell him how to flay a man's hands and fold them inside out if he really wants to scare somebody.
What am I supposed to do with that information?
Scare this man down here.
He kind of looks at the guy who is like trembling on the ground already, and he's like, "Looks scared enough to me."
Have you made the man urinate himself?
Well, not this one yet, but I have quite a few experiences along those lines, very much so.
And I
Yeah.
just look at the guy that's on the ground trembling and I was like, and I tell him how I'm gonna take one nut out at a time.
Not.
Nut.
Oh.
A ball. I'm gonna take one ball at a time.
Tastical.
Fantastical. That's fantastical. You said a sentence.
Are you just wanting to have some fun? Is that what you're aiming at here?
I thought it would be amusing, but perhaps it is lost in translation.
Yeah, very interesting methods of fun, I guess.
Everyone has their own way of having a good time. But they're yours.
I like cards.
Mm-hmm.
Women, money. Sticking it to, well, this whole country, I suppose you might include there. Mostly money. Yeah.
But it's a good thing I haven't. And I put money in his hand.
Right, and he like holds it out as somebody comes up quickly and like takes out and counts it. So you're doing the 1640 in the teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not the horn? Not gonna try to do the horn? No, you don't have like this. Is just
I'm not gonna do this one.
Okay.
I'll hold the horn.
Hold the horn.
He's
Hold
stuck,
on.
he's stuck on that whole aphrodisiac thing.
We start our own
Grinding
mercurial
on a little
sword.
dragon horn.
Old dragon horn.
So So they pretty quickly count it out. Like whoever they have counting is obviously very good at it, just like very organized in stacks and just very quick. And after a couple of minutes of silence, there's still some noise from people around as they go about and everything like that. And you see him kind of go back on his chair and just sit there and wait, still occasionally looking over and nodding or saying something to no one. And then after the person finally gets done counting and turns and nods to him, he says, "Excellent, excellent. So, a couple of pieces of business then. Like I said, you're going to need a reason to be there after we get you in, which we will take care of getting you in. So, Nimbo, I believe we have those flowers, yeah?" And you see Nimbo nod and says, "Right. So, we recently, shall we say, acquired a shipment of very rare and delicate things called cinder flowers or cinder blossoms or something of that nature. I don't know, don't really matter. It's from some distant island in the Eastern Sea, where these things are it's the only place that these things grow, as I understand it. And they need a very specific care to survive the very long transport, making them exceedingly rare and needing special expertise to care for them along the way. As such, you will have an excuse, so to speak, to be with these flowers and transporting them to whoever might be interested in them, most likely leaders in the crown who indulge in such things as part of government business, of course. And, the details you can make up. But you will, I believe we do have a bit of instruction on how they're supposed to be cared for. And that, of course, will be up to you.
So we're flower salesmen. I like it.
I understand they're used for a variety of things, from less savory activities to things like tea and magical. Rumored, at least. I have no idea for what might be used in certain magical, things. I don't know if that's potions or items or what have you. I don't really care. But those are your excuse, and of course, we will provide relevant documentation for you to be on your merchantry mission, if you will. Yeah?
Sounds excellent, thank you.
I'm just curious, while he was talking, we're counting out the money, I do want to use divine sense to see if I can figure out the invisible friend, if he's either celestial, fiend, probably not undead, so either celestial or fiend.
Okay. So, you take a moment to, and I don't think, you don't select which one you're looking for, right? It's
No, it's just if there's a
Any of
celestial,
those.
fiend, or undead within
Yeah.
60 feet.
Okay.
I will-
Yeah, it could pop any one of those.
Okay. So at a moment when he's close enough, you kind of quietly take a moment to grasp your holy symbol and reach out with that divine sense, and let's see. I'm trying to look at the right.
What is this?
Is it a peach?
What's he building in there?
You sense crazy.
Oh, I'm so used to that. Barely moves the needle.
They're all undead.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. The room is full of necromancers.
Great.
Let's go kill some undead! Got a Dusk Till Dawn situation happening.
Hey. That movie is.
Still holds up. Still holds up. Don't you say it. It's still a good movie.
So, bold choices were made.
Yeah. So after reaching out and everything, you don't sense anything.
Just like trying to see him go.
Oh.
All right. So, lost place of my notes here. Looking up spells. Sorry, 1 second.
I was trying to see if anybody noticed him cast it.
I was kind of waiting for J Theory to say something.
Isn't it like more like a sense than it is like a spell spell?
Yeah, it's like it's a paladin feature, so it's
Yeah.
like just do it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have to say anything. Just kind of do it.
Just feel it.
Yeah.
Did your nose disappear?
My-
Yeah, my note disappeared.
My
That's
left kneecap twinges. Then I know.
That's right.
Then for my ear itches. That's
Oh,
undead.
gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah.
Incidentally, you know it's gonna rain soon too.
Same thing.
Tut tut looks like rain.
Tut tut. It's gonna rain.
Feel like in the south, he's like, it smells like it's gonna rain.
Yep.
I mean, that's just what you do down here, right?
Yep.
It's weird though because you can smell it coming.
True.
you
So
can smell.
true.
You can
It's a
smell.
thing.
You can smell the storms coming.
There's a 60% chance.
It's already raining.
We're trying to make fetch a thing.
I know, right?
All right, so, no, it's
Your name is
They call me Stacy.
That's
That's not my name.
That's not mine.
That's not my name.
sorry. I just lost a whole section of notes. It was weird.
To the ether?
Yeah, like it literally just disappeared. Not even in the search.
I don't know how Divine Sense did that. Sorry, Doug.
That's a
Yeah.
hell of a spell.
Like breaks the fourth.
Who wants your stats? Come on.
I'm gonna Divine Sense this dragon.
All right, so. Right, second piece of business. Do you know what a
Thank you.
We all have the same.
We all heard it. We all heard it. Sorry.
Don't
Sorry.
remember doing
in my head.
J-Theory, I'm sorry.
No, 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 no.
You are now officially part of the party. 'Cause, like,
It's like, someone's gonna say it.
oh,
Absolutely.
Wasn't sure what exactly the initiation was. But
that was it. Okay.
You got it.
So,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know what a knuckling is?
Knuckling. KNUCKLING.
If that's how you spell it, sure.
Well, like knuckles. And then a ling. So an action of the knuckle.
I'm asking a question, not answering 50 of them.
I'm a big fan of semantics. I have not personally heard the word knuckling. No.
Never heard of it. No. Well, that's disappointing. I'd hope it spread out a bit further. But that's all right because I made it up, you see. Let's try to make it cool. A knuckling? Well, see, it spreads better sometimes if you just act like it's already a thing. But a knuckling, you see, is when you cut off the finger down to the first knuckle. And of course, you need to staunch the bleeding so that they don't bleed out right away. Yeah. Once you've got it all nice and tidied up, then you do it again to the next knuckle. Then you repeat the process, right? Then you do it again. once the whole finger is gone, and they've had a chance to catch their breath and calm down a little, you start on the next finger. By my count, there are 28 knuckles between two hands. And that's not even counting the ones you might consider knuckle, arguably, on your toes. And of course, there are larger joints you can start on. After that, assuming they are, in fact, not dead at that point. Anyway, you do not have to worry about such a fate, because you are going to stay silent about me and about the old boys and about anything you could possibly imagine that relates to us, or any so-called smuggling or crossing the border, or where you crossed over in the method or manner of which you crossed, or who might be involved, or anything about names, or anything about descriptions, or anything about the bleeding air that you are breathing right now. Nothing shall be said, because knucklings are reserved for people who are traitors, and he points to the guy kneeling behind him, and people who do not know how to keep their mouth shut. Clear?
Crystal.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. Then, I believe we will put you in a room and you will wait until the appropriate time at nightfall, where you will then thusly be transported. Yeah?
Of course.
I believe our business, is done.
Can I just look at the space that he's looked at and just smile and see how he responds to me engaging in the space that he speaks to?
Okay. He doesn't seem bothered by it. He's...
I just didn't know if he'd freak out if I was engaging with his friend over there.
Don't smile at that imaginary friend.
I don't know. I didn't know how he responded to it.
So we just wait.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. Let me be good. That's gonna be plus. So it's gonna be 24.
24? Okay. When you do that, you do see a couple of people out of the corner of your eye kind of snicker.
Interesting.
All right.
So just one of these rooms and just wait here.
Yeah, well, Nimbo here can show you
All right.
where to go.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your expertise. We very much appreciate it.
Right, and if your, promises become something real, come and see me.
Of course.
Off with you.
All right.
He turns and sits, plops back down in his chair, back into his kind of slouched position.
If I can I don't know if any of the people that snickered are still making eye contact, but I want to just make eye contact with one of the people that snickered and just smile at them.
They're still kind of grinning a little bit, and one of them sort of raises his glass, just sort of with this amused grin.
I just politely nod and go to Nimbo and have him escort us. That was so much money!
What did it end up being? 1630?
1640.
Right then, come with me. He leads you back down this massive hallway to a little side door that you didn't notice coming in. But just kind of immediately to going back to the left. And he opens the door, and inside you just see a few crates of what looks like food of some sort. It's very sparse as far as the room goes. It just has like some sacks of rice and potatoes and things of that nature, but not anything major. It's not a major food store. It just seems to have a few random things in there, but mostly just a blank stone room, about 15 by 15. He's like, right then, you gotta wait here. I'll come get you.
Before you go, can I please have all the documentation necessary for those flowers?
Well, that's what's got to be prepared. Takes time, huh?
Sure, but I want some documentation of my own prepared.
Well, it's ready when it's ready.
I just take out my piece of paper and pen and I start writing things down.
Thank you.
I make more spreadsheets of things to just make basically the most obnoxious amounts of like trade route documents, so that if anyone were ever to look at like my like business documents, it would be to anybody who has no business, like even has like mild business experience, it would be the most bizarre documents. It would be so confusing. Like it would basically one of those things that like you need to have like a master's in like non-Euclidean geometry to understand like the math that's being done here, and like literally just to make it so that like people will look at it and go like cross-eyed and then like not look at it in any more detail. Like so like if a guard were to look at it or anything like that, like
Okay.
I'm basically trying to make a document that no one's gonna really pay attention to, but it looks important.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. And
like,
he
start writing the
pulls
flowers.
the door closed and says, "I'll have to bring you something to drink."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pulls it closed and you hear a click. And
I test the doorknob.
it's locked.
Yeah. But can I look at the lock to see if it's pickable or not? I'm not gonna do it, but I just want to see if it's a pickable lock.
I mean, you probably wouldn't know unless you try.
Okay. But there is an interior.
There's a keyhole, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to know if there was like no key on the inside, like no way
Yeah,
to
no.
like. Got it. Okay. Cool. Then
It
it's
seems like a normal room. It's just, not like a jail cell per se. It's like a normal room. But they're being
Then
precautionary.
it's pickable.
So, all right. So you guys sit there in this this dark room. Eventually, on one of the shelves, like there's some mostly empty shelves on one side of the room, and you find like an old lantern that you're able to light up to get a little bit of light. Otherwise, it'd be pitch black in here.
I have
candles.
lantern. I've got lantern. I can put a
I've got a crap ton of candles.
Sure. Yeah, you can light some more if you want.
It's very romantic.
I can just cast light. my floating orbs, there's just light now.
Sure.
Sorry, Izzy.
You had to wait till I light at least 5 to 7 till you lit.
It was,
I like the candles.
yeah, it's
Thank-
ambiance.
Thank you, yeah.
Your candles are very pretty.
I dimmed down the orbs a little bit. Make them feel better.
Lady in red.
Well, it looks like Tea Merchant can still be a viable store here
Oh,
because
yeah.
the flowers could have tea properties.
So are you still Mazeus?
I'll still be Mazeus.
Are you gonna be Chip again?
Yes, sir.
And you're still Moonshard. Got it?
I am going to say that it's going to be a bit of a problem the more further into this country we get because I am still a tiefling.
Oh yeah, what was he say? 500 gold because you're a owl. What did he say?
Alrakan.
Oh, okay. That seems kind of ridiculous.
Well, their country has been in war with Alraka for generations, so
Oh.
I will at least try to hide these as best as I can. And I'll take the wig that I made and start to like play with like making like almost like little like braid pigtails sort of situation, so they kind of like my horns kind of look more like interior to the braids. And then I take some like fabric and that winter hat that I got and I kind of like set it up in a way that kind of looks like a little cute little zhuzhi hat situation that has like a little bit of like a fluffy veil element. Like it just looks a little silly, but in the way of like someone definitely has style, it's just not the right style for this location.
Okay.
And I can just say it's a Karandian style if anybody has.
Sure.
It's a very popular hat in Karandia.
All the rage.
Yeah. But I don't want it to look like so like obnoxiously tacky. It just looks like a little like that's a bold that's a bold choice you made.
Okay.
Do we all have code names? Yeah, that's our real names.
Well, I mean, I'm still Bear.
Oh,
These three have code names.
I see. Yeah.
And is your code name Jonas now?
Yep.
Okay.
That was a very fast that
Yeah,
you
you can't
came up
just
with
throw
a
that
fake
out there.
name.
I'm good with names.
Are you?
I am. It's a throwaway name.
You've never mentioned it before. Has anyone ever said Jonas? Like, you've never said Jonas before.
His name is Jonas.
Well, he's,
I had to say before for it to come up with it.
well, I'm just saying, like, these two have, like, fake names. You just threw that out there. Right?
No, I was just more saying I was really impressed by how fast you came up
Yeah,
with a
it was
name.
just kind of like,
I've been learning from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, some of it's bound to like seep into the.
Can I try to read him? His body language?
Yeah. Like, just an insight check, or you're trying to do the...
No, I can't do it anymore. Just inside.
That would have been a fantastic time to
roll
do
a
it.
deception check.
That's a natural one.
Deception.
Oh!
Okay, yeah, that's higher than natural. It's a 13 plus whatever.
Almost beat.
I'm with that.
Yeah, because when you're like a
Which
plus, like,
seems to be... I'm telling the truth as far as I can tell.
Well, are you changing your name?
Wow, now I feel pressure to you.
I remember 6 fake names.
I'll stay as my real name. Yeah, it's easy.
That's good, because we were kind of trying to throw your weight around as the court wizard.
Ah, yes, that would be very good. Because it's true.
stoic, are you remaining stoic, or are you going back to that creepy person?
Unfortunately, I think Chip may be better suited in this kind of environment, but I'd like to make it into town and get a read beforehand.
Before Chip shows up again?
Yeah.
Thank God.
Because honestly, there were so many different cultures and species in the fort. I don't know what we're walking into. And so I would rather get in there a little bit and kind of get a read before I make too many plans.
I would know the interior of Lirindil is predominantly human.
Roll a history check.
Ah, man. The one thing you're good at.
I mean, I rolled a natural 16. What's my history again? My history is... I forget how to change the different things. I just had a brain fart. It's that guy right there. It's my skills, and it's history. Okay, an 18. It's a 16 plus 2.
18. I would say you know enough that you know humans and elves and dwarves, halflings, gnomes. Like are all present, but you don't know
Ratio.
ratios or locations or anything like that. Like there is variety, but you don't know how much variety.
Yeah. I will say, out of us, you, me, and Bear are going to be a bit more of an unusual bunch. But when is that new?
I do have a little bit of a plan, though. Well, more of a wish list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what these flowers are worth, or if they're actually worth anything. But I have a feeling they might be to the right person, and I think we should sell them for way more than 1,600 gold. Since he's just giving them to us to help us into the city, and it would kind of make me feel better.
I don't think that he's just giving this to us. There is hell of a lot of strings.
Once we're in, we don't know him.
Stoic, I'm kind of impressed, because that's generally something I would say and do. But I'm out here actually trying to forge relationships at this point. Honestly, when did that change?
else you want to accomplish while you're waiting?
Trying to make my horns at least a little bit less conspicuous.
Your Bram Stoker hair.
What? Yeah.
That's all I envision.
Yes.
Like the old man
Yep.
Bram Stoker.
The big. It's a look. It's a bold look. He would be proud. No, I'm making my really ridiculous document that just looks so obnoxious that most people would not want to look at it for more than 2 seconds. What was the word?
Should we look like we're your hired guard, or how do you want us to?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You kind of already look like a paladin, a monk, and a wizard. So if I were to hire a party to protect me, I would hire a paladin, a monk, and a wizard,
Just
and
tell
a
me.
cleric, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think that's pretty covered.
Just making sure we didn't want to, if we wanted to keep it low profile or make it look like we were.
I mean,
that was
I
our
would still
job.
say let's not flaunt,
Yeah.
but if you want to look a little bit, armed, that's fine by
Oh,
me.
well, absolutely. Yeah.
I still don't have any of my weapons, on me. Or at least not visibly. You do not know how many pockets this armor has. And I only have one noticeable weapon, and that's, a dagger that's, in my boot. It's very conspicuously placed. Zip.
Just wait till.
Yeah.
Glaive says, I have to admit I'm a bit nervous. We're talking about smuggling ourselves into a country, but I am, I'm a princess. It could cause a international problem if something happened. So it's makes me a bit nervous to do something like this recklessly when I still don't know why we're here.
Well, you could come in through the right channels, and we'd be in there waiting for you when you got in. Because we don't want to tarnish your name with our shenanigans.
Hey, but didn't you say it would take forever to get anything done to the right
For
way?
a merchant, not
For
for
a merchant, for a
princess.
princess, I would imagine it's a very different experience, but...
And he seemed to say something in your conversation about a white death, and you're making connections. What?
You've asked a great question.
Is that the revolution we're supposed to go infiltrate?
It's the leader, it's the supposed leader of the revolution. I mean, I do not know if we are meeting anybody by that name. I just know that once we get inside this country, we are going to meet somebody who has information for us. That person is potentially connected with more rebellious individuals. The information is really not about this country. It's not even about whatever political struggles are happening in this country. It is about something much greater and much more terrifying. And much more unknown. A great evil.
I look at Glaive and I look at you. I can't tell her anything. I think she's earned it.
It's not that I'm not capable of telling you. That I want you to always be able to leave and not...
But if I go in this way, I'm not going to be able to leave easily. I will have to stay with you and your story.
I know. I don't take take it lightly. I'm of two minds of this, because before he died, he made it very clear that you were someone who was ready to take care of yourself, to become the person that he knew you could be. But he also knew that you trusted very easily and were very willing to make friends with people, and that he did not want to see anybody take advantage of that. And I don't want to take advantage of that either. And I fear if I tell you what it is we are doing, I imbue something into you that makes you stay with us because you think it is the right thing to do, and not because it is what you want to do. Because you have greater calls in this world. And I think one day it is not going to include us. And I don't want to hold your feet when you are ready to fly.
But how will I know? How can I make this choice? I am hearing we're going into a dangerous place, and potentially political turmoil, and that could hurt my family. So I don't know how to make that choice without knowing why. But I don't want to make you tell me anything that you can't, if you have a good reason, and I trust that you do. But I'm not sure I can. I am also of two minds because I really like you all. But I do have I am on this journey not to learn and not to cause problems between the countries.
But unfortunately, we are ones who tend to cause a bit of trouble. Not on purpose, but the precarious nature of our dealings.
Well, I don't know what we're going to get into on the inside, but I would definitely like to avoid joining the revolution or fighting against it. I would like to stay under the radar as much as possible.
We're going to be a little bit more on the rebellion side than we would like to be if we want to keep information flowing and trust built. I don't know if we will be active participants, but we're certainly not going to be conscientious objectors.
Right, so I'm saying, like, somewhere, I don't want to be on either side. I don't want to... I feel like we have the same goal that Glaive has. We don't want to cause a incident between nations either.
But we will, if anybody sees us with this person that we're going to meet who is not on the side of the rebellion, we then become individuals who are targeted, observed. There's no kind way to say that. Whether intentional or not, we might be identified as potential spies or members of this rebellion, or instigators to the rebellion, or outside parties who are trying to cause influence onto this nation. Even though that is not our intention, it's going to visibly look that way.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't really tell you everything that's going on, but you should be aware that the last time we stuck our nose in politics,
Well, we basically put a necromancer on the throne.
well,
for a
no,
moment.
no. First we took out a lord, and then we took out a duke, and then we took out a king.
Well, we didn't really take him out. He stepped down. The first king, and then the other one became powerful, and then we
We put him on
took
the
him
throne
out.
and yeah.
So We really don't know what we're getting into here, but it could escalate very quickly. I'm very glad you've met you, and I respect you, and that's why I don't think you should go in with us. No matter how much we want you to.
I really want you to.
We don't want to put you at risk of having to compromise your journey to aid us. And we would love your help, absolutely. And we've enjoyed having you, but your journey is your own.
I will say this, because it could affect your country too. The worlds are a lot closer than they used to be. The planes are a lot closer than they used to be. And if they get closer, the barriers between them break.
Okay.
And I know that your country is very close to one of those places. But there is still a divide.
Do you think Ishti might become crossed with the Shadowfell?
It is possible.
I knew you were all involved in big things, but I did not know how big.
Where will you go?
I don't know. We did not set out with a specific destination, just wherever opportunity or what seemed interesting, I guess. I suppose I will have to get back on a caravan and see where I go.
I glance over at Bear.
Very pensive, just like accepting the reality but not liking the reality. I walk over to Glaive and like check out her armor, make sure she's like, everything is like good to go. Like, are you okay? Do you have enough money? Do you have like food? Are you... Okay.
Hey, Easy,
Yeah.
could you make a necklace?
What do you have?
We are of the same mind. Terrifies me a little.
And yeah, fashioned one fairly quick. I present it to her. I give it to her and I say, "This is Elvish. It's the most honest." And I gave it to her.
Can I take it from you? Like put it on you for her?
Oh, sure. You should present this.
Okay.
I'll have him present this for you.
And I pull out mine. I still have mine, right?
Yeah,
We gotta find out which way you put it. Do you do the reach around?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was waiting for. Just reach around and then tie it from behind. You make her hold it while you come from behind. You hold her hair. Which way do you do it?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was that many options.
Oh, there is, and they all tell a different story.
I mean, I was thinking like reach around, like
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
tie it up,
Yeah.
and then like
Yep.
make sure it like falls
Sure.
down just
Uh-huh.
right, like.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Pull out mine, like. Oh, what is mine? Dang, you told me protector. Where did I put this?
Oh, I had the list of them at one point.
I forgot what they are too.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
So very
Hold on.
I would say a long time ago.
Hold on, I've got them in my notes. I've got everything
What
in
is
my
it?
notes.
Is it? There's
Do
a,
we need
is
to
there a
give you one
pendant on
too?
it?
It's the
Or is it
dragon
just-
tooth
Okay.
with a small like inscribed word of my native tongue. It means righteous for For bears, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was protector.
It's like it was righteous protector.
But it reads like Glunta Griebing Mountain
That was a long time ago.
Sir has Vergeben, which means forgiveness. Bear has Friendlicher Beschützer, meaning kind protector. Stark has Stark,
my bad.
which means
Oh, that's right.
strength or thickness. Balin has Die Geduld, which means patience. And Lopi has Ermutigen, means encourager.
Wait, what did Stoic have again?
He
Thick
has,
boy.
He's the He has Stark, which means strength.
Stark.
Which means strength, but it also means thickness.
BLI.
Also means thickness.
Girth matters.
Oh man.
3 C's.
Yep. So anyway, I pull out my dragon tooth necklace, and I say, "Easy said this means friendlicher Beschützer, which is kind protector, I believe."
And yeah, it's close enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Glad that we met. Good luck on your journey.
She kind of like holds it, like for a second, like just kind of taking it in for a moment. And, she starts to look at you, and then she kind of like looks away, and
Oh, we're locked in this
Oh.
room.
Do I just start
I just
away?
I just grabbed Valen
Yeah.
and I just like started walking to a corner, and then I grabbed
I'm actually gonna follow
Easy.
your lead.
Yeah, I just grabbed Easy.
And we start going through the bag of holding.
Yeah, I'm like, let's all look through the bag of
do?
holding, and then I grab Stoic by the armor, and I'm like, it's over here, and we all just huddle around the bag of holding.
Uh-huh.
But then make sure he has the right necklace on, right? Don't make
I turn my light orbs off, so the only thing going is the like 5
candles.
Dim the lights even further, just set the mood, you know? Yeah.
If there's an awkward level, Bear gets 10 times more awkward.
That's okay.
That's okay.
And then I would like to use my. Is it thaumaturgy?
Thaumaturgy?
I think I have that one. That's the one where I can like make like sparks and sounds and stuff, right?
No, Thaumaturgy can open it.
prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have prestidigitation, and I'm just gonna make like little fireflies. An old Stoic callback. Yeah.
Gray skinned, flaming red.
You both break out your violins.
Oh
Please, God, no.
Most of the girls are like, no.
That's a bridge too far.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, it is prestidigitation.
Yep.
I have that.
So you don't know where you're going?
Back onto the road, I guess. Let's see.
Well, I'd like to. I don't know, I'll get in touch with you. I guess we'll just have to hopefully run into each other in the future.
You said you have a home together, yes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in Carandia. Elderwin. Yeah. Tell her our kill manor. Just, our servant's name is Godric? Gadrin?
Godrian.
Gadrin. You can just tell him you're friends of the Folly, and you can stay there, or you can leave a message with us. There's no telling when we'll be back, but yeah, you can leave a message for us there.
Well, perhaps I can send letters occasionally.
I'd like that. Again, I don't know how often I'll get it, but I will definitely apply when I can.
Well, in If you ever want to, you can come visit Ishti.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
I'd like for you to meet my mother.
I know that's not what's happening here, but I still can't help myself.
Well, yeah, I'd be honored.
Come up to the city called the Garden of Remembrance.
And I'll lean close and ask for Izuri. By the way, secret safe. I think I may have told one person. I can't remember who, but no one else knows.
Yeah, that's okay. But you can ask for the Raya estate.
The Raya.
R-A-Y-A.
What is it?
Raya.
How do you spell it?
R-A-Y-A.
R-A-Y-A. Yeah. That sounds very nice. Thank you. Can you... I'd love to hear about more in your next letter, if you don't mind.
Of course. Yeah. I can do that.
Yeah. And I just like give her a bear hug.
Okay. You branded that.
Yes, I have.
She hugs you back. And you hear her say softly, I will miss you.
Yeah. Me too. Anyway, yeah, thanks for, it was very nice meeting you. Very thankful you were able to journey with us as long as you have.
I also, and she sort of looks to the group like, do your intentions.
Oh yes, the bag of holding. Yes, very good.
I had,
Who's there?
well, one more promise that I made. If it seems sort of silly now, but you wanted me to come up with nicknames for the other three of you.
Oh boy.
I did not know you were a court wizard.
Oh no.
Well,
It's a title that I don't like to throw around that much, but
It's because it doesn't exist.
We're gonna manifest destiny the shit out of that.
Different.
We're not gonna manifest any destiny.
No.
I assume it is for a very good reason. You must be very good in court, so we'd call you the magic lawyer.
I also take that, yeah. I think that I do deal the justice of law, I think, upon my enemies, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate the magic lawyer. I like it a lot, yeah. Has a good ring to it. Yeah, I like it, yeah. Thank you.
Suits
Danke.
easy.
Danke.
For you, you don't say much. So it's kind of a cool nickname, Silent Punch.
What?
Silent Punch.
Silent punch.
It's my favorite flavor.
Silent Punch Man. Thank you.
Ursula says Hawaiian.
Yes.
Tropical.
Just full of sugar and not good for you at
At
all.
all. That's right.
And for you, I feel like, people call you a devil, and if it's okay to say, you don't seem very comfortable with that. And well, I know people say that, but in my experience, I think you're sort of the opposite. And so I think, but even though you look different, so I think for you, I would call you angel in disguise.
Don't know how to take that. Thank you.
I think you disguise yourself as a bad person, but you're not.
Sorry, it's a good thing she's painted, because you would just see her just go.
Anyway, I am really sad to not be with you all. But I hope we will meet again.
So,
She kind of look at you a little longer and
I'm gonna pull out some rations and I'm gonna hand them to her. Don't skip breakfast.
all right.
And I take out like 3 of my throwing knives, and I'm like, hide them well.
I'll take one.
2. I've got like 30 in this armor right now.
That seems uncomfortable.
I kind of, honestly, it makes me feel safer.
Okay.
Got more knives than sense on me most days.
I'll send messages.
Please do. Okay. She kind of like sets her shoulders and thank you.
Thank you.
She turns and knocks on the door and waits for a second for somebody to come let her out, and steps out of the door.
Very fun.
yeah.
What'd you say?
That's a refund.
So you couldn't have told us that before?
That's fine.
Why were you looking in the bag of holding? You know, you just think of the thing you want, and it comes right to your hand. You don't have to look at it.
Easy. Where you excel in magic, you fail at the reading a room.
So
The room looks like it's made of stone right now.
It's okay, easy. I don't need to read a room either. Like,
There's no writing on the wall.
that's what I thought too.
Whatever. But I explained how this bag works, but it's okay if you didn't listen to me, it's okay.
We appreciate the refresher.
Yes.
As a non-magic user, sometimes it is nice
Indeed,
to
yeah.
have the refresher of how magic works. So I really appreciate you taking the time to share that knowledge.
Yeah, you've been magic loyal to your partner.
Oh boy.
Better call easy.
Better call easy.
Oh gosh.
No longer the court wizard.
That's right.
The magic lawyer.
A magic lawyer.
Still in court though.
The magic school bus stuck in my head now.
I was thinking Puff the Magic Dragon. Sure.
Alright.
Easy the magic lawyer.
Easy's Miss Frizzle. Like he is Miss Frizzle.
Yeah.
Come on, kids.
Suddenly feels very empty in here.
Yeah. She'll be fine. She has a strong head on her shoulders, yeah.
The kind heart ever soul.
Indeed.
She does.
We could just call her back, right? We could just call her back over. She doesn't have to leave, right? She can just come back and stay with us and be our friend forever.
Maybe one day.
Mm-hmm.
You can message her?
Yeah.
Like how often? Like any distance too?
Yeah.
Oh. That's good to know.
Yeah, we can keep in touch with her.
That'd be nice. She gave me directions if we're ever in her neck of the world. We have ways to keep in contact with her.
Did she say she was going back home?
In a roundabout way. Didn't know how long, but if we ever are in Ishti, she said we are welcome to stay at her place.
I don't think she was talking to all of us, Bear.
Oh, I mean, yeah, she was talking to me, but I feel like it was kind of like I'm the representative of you guys.
Sure.
I'm just gonna give a knowing look at Stoic.
All right.
Just,
No, the awkwardness lingers for however long.
yeah.
So, wait a while. Eventually, some water is brought to you, and then again closed and left behind. And you don't really know how long you wait because there's nothing. It's just a dark room, and it's strange. It's hard to tell time. It's hard to figure the passage of time when you're just waiting in isolation like this. And so, but you wait for what seems like quite a while.
Swinging daggers in my fingers just to like do something.
After what seems like forever, there's a click as the door is opened, and Nimbo steps in and says, "All right, let's go."
It's time.
Recommend you be using the outhouse. You're not going to have a chance, at least pleasantly, for a while.
Oh. Okay. Good to know.
Ladies first. I grab you and I'm just like, let's go.
Look to the guys. That sounds kind of gross. Do they pee together?
I don't know.
Never really thought about it much.
Well, however you decide to do it, you guys do your business.
Alrighty.
And he leads you back up and then down some alleyways, and by this, as you emerge, it's the middle of the night and dark, and you're not sure what time it is exactly. But you eventually he kind of leads you through several different back alleys and different roads on these gridded streets. Till eventually, kind of set off to the side, in one of these alleys, you see a loaded wagon, and inside this wagon are a number of barrels, and there's a couple of other individuals who seem to be doing some work around it. And he says, "All right then, you're gonna be getting inside, and you're not gonna be making any noises, yeah?
Absolutely.
You're gonna be in there for a while. Not pleasant, but gets the job done, huh? Who wants this?" And he holds up a folded piece of paper.
I will take it.
Right. These are the named individuals of your group, minus the one who left, of course.
It's you. Get out, okay?
Yeah, of course. Let out, yeah.
Okay.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Oh no, I'm not good at insight. Oh no, that was only an 8. Plus whatever, 9.
Yeah, I mean, he seems unconcerned about her.
Okay.
This is a permit for the traveling freely in the country. I suggest you write a plausible name when you find one. In the blank space there. Whoever you think might be a good person that you are supposedly sending to, but as long as you had the permit, it's not a big deal. You can even write multiple names if you want, but not too many, And then he points inside the wagon. You can see what looks like a double shelf, like two long rows with pots lined up in it, and kind of secured in these, on these shelves. They've been carved out into circles so the pots can sit in them without falling over during travel. And out of each of these pots is these kind of dark green plants with what looks like right now closed bulbs, but you can see even at the very tips of these closed bulbs that look closed. You can't really tell what kind of flower they are, but you see at the bulbs themselves seem to be black with or at least a dark kind of charcoal gray color. You can't really tell in this light, but at the very tips of them seem to be like embers, as if they're on fire.
That's cool.
And so these are the cinder blossoms that you're going to be taken care of. And he pulls out another piece of paper, and you see some kind of poorly written instructions, very sparse, involving a process of burning things and potting it, like basically mixing the ash into the soil periodically. That they don't get watered. They have to get taken care of other ways. In fact, it basically says at the bottom in large letters, "Do not water." You let any rain or anything get on those is going to be the end for you, yeah?
Are there lids to these pots?
The plants there, you can't fit a lid on top of the flower pots.
Just in case it was raining, I did not know.
That is what the cover and the wagon is for.
Asking questions.
Rest is up to you, whatever you want to do.
Just like fastidiously looking through every piece of paper.
All right then. Hop in. He points to several barrels inside, including one large one that's like a 50, like one of the larger like wine casks.
I suppose this one's bear-sized.
The sir tries to get in at first. I want the room. I'm just kidding.
Are all the rest of them the exact same size?
She and I are going to be relatively more comfortable.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. I'm gonna go in last. Wait for everybody to go in.
As they climb in, and as you climb into the barrels, the men hammer the lids into place, and you find yourself in a very close, pitch dark, curled up situation. And they turn to you and, I think you're last, eh?
Yeah. I'll step inside.
He's gonna be all right, huh?
Yeah. Do the barrels look very snug? Like, do they have cracks in the?
No, they are pitch dark,
Okay.
sealed.
Okay, cool. I'll wait for them to put the.
He's all right. You're gonna be in there a long time, but not too long, huh?
Yeah. You know how long that'll be? Exactly.
Whenever they think it's safe.
Right. Got it. Thanks.
All right. Take a nap or something. As they place the lid on, putting you into pitch dark, and you hear the hammer as they hammer the lid into
As
place.
soon as I start to hear the hammer, I need to know if I need sight. I would like to try and cast minor illusion inside of her barrel.
Oh God.
Jeez.
I need to know if I need sight.
If it's a V, then there's
Probably.
visual.
Somatic and material.
Somatic material. I don't think I do.
Within range, this is within range.
Yeah. Should be good.
Oh boy.
What are you gonna do?
Big brother gonna pick on little sister.
Don't do it.
No, I
I
want
think
to make the top of her barrel look like open sky. Because, like, I know she freaked out last time.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about needing visibility.
Yeah.
So, if you'll allow, I would like to cast Minor Illusion inside of her barrel to make it look like it's open
How long does
into
that
the
last?
sky. It's a cantrip, as long and as many times as I want.
Yes.
Uh-huh. I got nothing better to do.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll let.
Gives your mind something to do too.
So after the hammer's finishing, you see just blue sky up here above you.
Okay. Now just kind of, she untenses her body a little bit, just stares straight upwards.
After a little bit in this situation, you hear, just the muffled, ah! As you hear it, you feel yourself lurched into place with the creaking, just kind of soft bouncing as the wagon lurches forward. And this is another situation where time is very hard to tell. You don't know directions, you don't know how long time has passed, but eventually it comes to a stop, and you hear some muffled talking between a number of different voices, and after a tense moment, you actually hear someone get up into the wagon, and you hear the sound of a crowbar prying open one of the lids.
I have my dagger just like ready in my hand. Yeah, I'm just like, she's ready just in case.
And as you hear the lid pried open, but it's none of your lids. And you hear one of the voices saying, "See, usual stuff." And the other guy's like, "Well, I have to check. Sometimes it's, no offense. It'll be the usual fee." And then you hear the hammering back of the lid back down as the two footsteps hop off the wagon. And after a few more minutes, you feel a lurch again as the wagon begins to move.
Steps with my dagger close to me.
Now, it is the middle of the night, and you're in this, these barrels for an unknown period of time. Will any of you try to sleep? Okay.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
When we start,
Yeah.
once we hear that the hammering has gone down and the lurching and it sounds like enough time has passed from that person, I touch my tattoo and I just as quietly as I can, I just say, "Everyone, I'm going to take first watch. Please get some sleep." And I'm just gonna stay awake for a little while and just listen, just in case anybody tries to do anything to our barrels.
Okay.
And then you can grab me next, and then
Yeah.
I'll take care of it. And then who wants to go third?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And it's 4 watches that we need for a night.
Yes.
Anyone else want to take a 4th watch?
I'll take a watch.
Okay.
I mean, it's mostly just listening, but
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Oh, White Claw. He's back in Lirindil. That's
oh,
fine.
you can summon her here.
Yeah.
Yeah, still. Giant wolf in a stable somewhere.
I'll just randomly go away. Just disc summon her.
Some stable boy freaks out. It's gone!
You killed her!
Okay.
For the next day, Fort Pelican is in a panic because they think a giant wolf is escaping.
Okay. Just everybody roll perception checks and you're doing watches.
Okay.
Yep. That fits.
18.
26.
4. 16.
0.
If we're doing checks or
Perception.
Perception.
17.
Okay. Okay. So time passes. You just hear the creaks and that kind of soft rock, the occasional bumps. It's not the most comfortable journey for sure. Your muscles start to get stiff, and it's warm inside because of your kind of heat in this enclosed space. Yet still cold at like the bottom of the barrel and cold in places because it's still winter and you're just kind of in a barrel. And so it's like this weird mix of really unpleasantly warm, but like your butt is getting cold and eventually numb from not being able to shift or move.
I'm
Muscles,
uncomfortable now just thinking about it.
yeah, muscles locked up, and you know it's like
Joints. Yeah.
yeah, your mind starts to kind of play tricks on you occasionally because it's pitch black and your brain wants to sort of fill in gaps, and you know it's you almost think you see lights at different times, and it's nothing magical or anything. It's just being in pitch dark for a long time, and you know it kind of hits you. You can't go to the bathroom. You can't eat. You can't like unless you can manage it. Like it's gonna be you know you're there. And you know, you can't. Maybe some of you can't help but wonder, like, how many people do this sort of thing? Maybe even for long periods of time, and you know, it's an. You find your thoughts kind of going all over the place as there's nothing else to do but think. And so it makes going to sleep a little bit harder than normal for some of you, especially also being an uncomfortable journey. Zenoa, this is especially uncomfortable for you. Comforted a little bit by the picture of the sky above you. It at least helps kind of create a counterbalance to
Whenever he's asleep too, she would cast light on her, like poison bolt.
Gotcha. Yeah, which helps a little bit, but does little because it sort of reveals this almost coffin-like, you know, experience of just, you know, this very, very enclosed space.
She would much rather have that though than nothing.
Sure. And so, eventually you do manage to fall asleep, and you have a dream. Where you find yourself again walking at night in a blizzard. Buffeted by winds and cold and just swirling snow, and it's harsh but doable. It's not terrible. It's very, very unpleasant, but it's not like it's survivable, it seems. But still, the longer you walk, the more just all you want is a fireplace and a hot drink and a blanket and food, hot food, and eventually you find yourself coming to a fork in the road that you've been walking down. And on the left, you look down, and amidst kind of, as there's more, as the blizzard swirls, it kind of increases and decreases visibility periodically, but as seen occasionally through it, you see in the distance what looks like a town with soft, warm lights in the windows, with little wisps of smoke coming from the chimneys, occasionally whipped away by the blizzard's wind, and it just looks like a very nice, welcoming town. A great place to seek refuge. It seems very appealing, like something out of a painting. And on the right, you see the other road leads into further darkness, and it almost seems like the blizzard gets even more intense in that direction. It's like you can see like even more frost and ice and everything down this road. But then down at the very, very close to the edge of vision, just occasionally as the snow lets up occasionally, you see the dark silhouette of a familiar feminine figure.
Town on left, female on right.
Town left. She's on the right.
Find my warmth. Find my warmth. She looks to her left. Does she hear anything? Does the figure move at all when she looks over there?
No, you can see like that long hair kind of swirling in the snow a little bit. It seems to be. I guess you can't really tell at this direction if it's facing away from you or toward you. But it is the silhouette you've seen before.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
I'm gonna try to call out to this person.
Okay.
You said find my warmth. Is that it, or? I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me.
You're asking if the town is true warmth?
Yes.
You see the silhouette kind of like turn its head in the direction of the town. And it's kind of almost in and out as the wind is raises and lowers as you hear this voice say, "Does that seem like true warmth?"
She'll think back to her conversation that she had with Bear about how he asked what it felt like when she touched her, and she said warm to Bear, and she'll go right.
Toward the figure.
Yes.
You take a step towards it. Quickly find the snow intensifies, the cold intensifies, the darkness you swells you up as you keep your eyes on that figure. And even though it's a black silhouette and you can't make any details, you swear there's a smile. And you wake up. Still confined to the barrel, but
She'll cast a light on her holy symbol and just hang on to it a little bit.
okay. Eventually, after an unknown period of time, but seems like forever, as every minute seems like an hour in this just endless repeating rhythm of horse hooves and the occasional comments from the two men in the wagon, and just the bounces, some of them worse than others. Occasionally, despite having not much room, occasionally causing your knee to bounce against the edge of the barrel. Not much at first, but over repetition, it starts to hurt, and it's like little things like that, like where parts of you are numb, and it's just. But after it's like you wake up, but it's like you wake up to pitch blackness, and it's like in that state, it's almost hard to know if you're awake for sure or how awake you are, and it's a very, very weird and not pleasant experience.
I think it takes Balin back a little bit to when he had his vision about Hira, just a little not like full on back, but just like it reminds him of that a little bit because that was a fairly similar experience. Maybe not confined space, but you know, isolation and darkness.
And so eventually the wagon comes to a stop. After a minute, you hear some movement and, you know, the sound of a guy, what sounds like a guy stretching. And after another minute, long minute passes, you eventually hear footsteps get up and the sound of the barrel getting pried open one by one as you're blinded by morning light as they pry you open and help you out of this completely confined space as you find it kind of hard to walk for the most part as you get out, and it's like you're like everything is locked up and asleep and numb and just it's.
I just like, is it snow out on the ground?
So as you step out, you find yourself in what looks like a barn, and so you're not sure. It looks like you can see kind of an open door, or like I should say not an open door, but like just large kind of slats, cracks in the slats, and you can see snow outside, but not much else.
I just like flop on the ground and stretch my legs out, just like, really just like, oh, breathe fresh air. Oh, thank God.
Yep, going through stretches, getting everything worked out, muscles kind of working again.
You see the two men unload a number of the other goods that were in the. They basically unload all the goods except for the flowers, and they put them over in like one of the horse stalls, and then they basically walk over and say, right, well, the rest is yours. Good luck, I guess.
So they're like taking the wagon and everything.
No, the wagon. They left the
Okay.
the cinder blossoms in the wagon.
Okay.
As transport method, and the horse, the one horse that was pulling it.
Before you go, where are we?
Well, you're currently about I don't know, 7-8 hours away from Fort Relica.
North,
in the
south?
countryside here. This is an abandoned barn.
North, south,
Doesn't
east?
have a name.
North, south, east, or west?
Well, it's
North.
northwest.
7, 8 hours. And where is Old Good from here?
Well, if you go out the barn and head down the path a little ways, you'll hit a road and you go right.
And it'll be right there?
Well, not right there. You got to travel a little bit, but
How long's the
No.
bit?
half day, maybe more.
And is there anybody of importance that lives near Old Good? Like prominent individuals?
Well, I mean, there's, leaders, I guess. Every town has, crown leaders and stuff. But what you mean?
Like any notable individuals of the crown?
Why would they be in Old Good?
I don't know, I've never been. Well then what's the next biggest town past here?
Well, I mean, if you head straight north for a number of days, you're going to hit the city of Unity. That's where the king is.
Unity?
If you're wanting to talk to important people.
That is
You
where
know,
the
the-
crown lives?
Huh?
That's where the crown lives.
Yeah, that's where Morthag is, and a lot of the heads of the state and whatnot. Of course, some of them travel around. There's always judges traveling around doing their thing, and there's others who come around and
I love
do
that.
other
Yeah.
things.
It's great.
So maybe you get lucky.
Yeah.
Not sure why you're wanting to talk to them, but
I was just more curious, you know. As you know, we don't know anything about the interior of this country other than it exists.
well, that's gonna be real tough on you.
Yep, this was some very robust conversations we've had.
I don't know what that means.
It's good. And I thank you kindly for taking good care of us out here.
I'll just do what you paid us for.
Yep. And you did it excellently.
Okay.
If anyone reads Asura's mind, she's just like, why? Why are these the people that I have to talk to? Why do I have to be friends with these people? Why can't I just stab them? It would be a lot easier if I just stabbed people.
Sorry, bro.
Wait for the directions. Well, you're gonna go up down to the end of the path, take a right by Old Johnson's oak tree there, and go about 3 blocks
You can tell
down to
because it's
no
got the
Piggly
yellow
Wiggly.
ribbon, but don't go, when you go to the red ribbon, you go
Yep.
too far.
Path by the Piggly Wiggly. You're gonna
Well, it's not
take a
Piggly
left
Wiggly.
there.
Yeah, it's not Piggly Wiggly anymore. It's converted Piggly Wiggly,
Yeah.
but you can kind of see the Piggly Wiggly at the top,
Exactly.
so that
Yeah.
counts.
Oh man.
You know, people get raised in the South,
Right.
but they've got no
Honestly,
directions.
that's still how I give directions sometimes. Go to that tree that has the funny little like root system.
Mhm.
You'll know it. You'll know it when you see
Yep.
it.
Will we know?
Yes, you will.
So you see the two guys kind of go over to the entrance to the stall, and they actually, they pull over a couple of small chairs that are there, and like an old barrel, and just sit down and start playing cards. They just
What a life these guys lead.
seem to be there for a while, for the time being.
Should we get everything ready to go? I guess it's all packed up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Can you give me like 10 minutes just to feel my legs underneath my body again?
I'm gonna go find a barrel, and I'm gonna lay it down on its side, and then I'm gonna lay on it and
Just crack your back.
like kind of just foam roll or wood roll on my back.
Sounds like a tree falling down.
How are you feeling?
I'm actually gonna walk up to you doing that, and I'll kind of get where your head is and lean down. Is that you?
Was what me? The popping? Yes.
The barrel.
Yes.
My barrel.
What about your barrel?
I've seen you do stuff like that before.
Look,
I don't have to tell anybody. I just, wanted to know.
I just know what it's like to be in dark places and not be comfortable. And it seems like it affects you a lot more than it affects me anymore. So, thought you could use the help.
And I just wanted to say thanks.
Don't mention it. You're one of us. You want to try this thing? It's really good.
No, good. She actually wasn't cold or anything. Like, she has her ring of warmth, so she's
True.
Sir's in the corner like doing jumping jacks, desperately trying to run her body up. Like, and then you see her doing like some of the most ridiculous stretches you have ever seen in your life. Like joints should not bend in the direction she is desperately trying to get her joints to bend right now to try to like get any sort of like blood flow back into her body.
I didn't know. What is your species? Teething. I don't know. Teethings can bend that way. Impressive, really.
Well, seeing as 90% of what I do requires a level of dexterity, gotta stay limber.
I mean, no, that makes sense. Don't try.
Oh. Just a horrible pop in the hip.
Is there a second floor to the barn, or is it all one?
This one's just one.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the front door, not go outside, but it's like it's closed. I'm gonna peek through a crack, just see if there's any travelers passing by.
Not in the immediate vicinity. You can roll a perception check if you want.
Sure. Just give it a shot, see what happens. All right, 20, non-natural.
Okay. Yeah, you basically you peek out and you can see, there's a pathway that leads, and you see what looks like a road in the distance. You don't see anything at the moment, but you see patches of trees and mostly leafless. this point, but yeah, it looks like a kind of a mixed countryside. No visible buildings or anything at the moment.
Like farmland.
Yeah, it looks like probably.
I just like post up there, wait for the guys to get ready, keeping on the lookout, just make sure there's no one on the road.
I go back through and I look at the instructions on how to care for these stupid flowers.
Okay.
I'm just like, all right. And then I look at the two guys playing cards. And I'm like, gentlemen, when was the last time these flowers were fed?
I don't know. They just gave them to us. Told us to put them in there and give them to you at the end.
Wonderful.
How often does it
What
say
do
to
they-
feed them?
What do they eat?
Ash, apparently. Where are they from? Does the document say where, like, the country of origin?
No, he told you it was just an island. It's like one of those things where you just make it up. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody would know.
What's around in this barn?
Um,
Piles
so,
of hay?
make a perception check.
Yeah.
Do it.
It's 11.
Alright.
It's over a 10.
Hey, proud
First time
of
on
you.
that.
I just realized what's written on your piece of paper.
You have to get this way.
Up high, we up high.
Yeah, if you want to put it at camera height, for those who cannot see the letters.
But it worked. He rolled over a
It
10.
is. The
Not.
piece of paper says.
Oh, there
it is.
Yeah, the piece of paper says not Will Wheaton.
Well, we.
Not.
He rolled about 30 times and couldn't get over 10.
It was like 3s and 5s.
So, looking around, you see what looks like an abandoned barn. Like, it looks like it's
Okay.
not in regular use. Like, there's
Gotcha.
traces of, like, really old hay
Okay.
here and there, but not, like,
Gotcha.
huge stacks or anything, because whatever was there would have rotted or, been
Okay.
taken out or whatever by now. And so it's, pretty old wood and everything like that. It looks
Okay.
like it's not in regular use,
Gotcha.
except perhaps by them.
Do you have plenty of ash?
We can make some real fast.
I was gonna say, is it? Sure. I go and I gather up, I guess, some of the hay and other debris.
So it does specifically say, so basically it says once a day you're going to have to burn something, and usually a living creature is best.
Oh,
And a what?
yes! A living
Like
creature.
you burn a
is best.
creature of some sort, and then feed the ash,
Oh,
and you
jeez.
mix the ash into the soil.
I guess it's one of these two guys' unlucky day.
That's honestly thinking the same thing.
Easy. It's not just any ash.
Ah. It's about the.
Yeah, hold that thought. Bear, you've been working on your trapping skills, yes?
Actually, after I caught Briar, I haven't trapped anything. I still have the trap.
I can go out and hunt if we need to and try to find something.
What you mean?
It needs a sacrifice of sorts. A tiny little creature we need to burn and feed it to these plants.
Does it say size? Does it say that that's what it
It
absolutely
doesn't specify
needs?
species or size, but certainly whatever it is, it has to be big enough to make enough ash to feed all these things.
The bigger it is, the less times we have to do this.
Sounds like it needs to be
So it's like-
relatively fresh.
Yeah, it's 20 plants.
Yeah.
And so so something the size of like a deer would you'd probably get enough to feed it for several days.
Okay.
We'll say 4.
Okay.
We'll say 4 days.
Deer
So a
equals-
quarter the size of a deer would feed it for 1 day. So that means if you were doing like squirrels, you're gonna have to
How
catch
many?
a number of them.
Yeah.
Like,
And that would be like one feeding.
like 1 per pod.
Yeah.
Like they're-
Yeah.
We need like 20 squirrels for a single feeding.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so you have to figure out.
Does it have to be alive or does it just need to be a creature that was once alive?
From the way that this is described, it sounds relatively fresh.
Right,
Like it can't
basically-
be a very long
Yeah.
dead
Right.
creature.
Yeah, it says fresher is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So we need something that we hunt and then we burn it and then we've got some food for a little while and
Yeah.
ooh.
I hate this. I hate everything about it. Love this for us. And then I look at the other documents. Other than like a name that I need to put in, is there anything else that's like very specific in these documents that I need to like hone in on?
No, it's basically just a special permit. So it seems to be exactly what you were trying to get before, and so it's through the office. Basically, a special permit of travel through Lirindil. It has fancy language that special permission for the sake of the people. Like that stuff like that. That's just a roundabout way of saying the.
Yeah, I do I'm gonna start memorizing its like the form and the style of the form, so that if I ever want to make my own copies, I want to start that process of the memorization because I'll have to sit down and actually like practice later.
Yeah, it does seem very intricate, very well made. Kind of like like on a dollar.
Lots of filigree.
Right. Yeah. There's lots of little detail that would be hard to. Like you can tell it's kind of like calligraphy where it's like a very practiced hand to do it. I'd say you probably know that there are people or countries that have done this. They're just kind of usually more rare, who will do this to make it harder to counterfeit. Whereas they don't have the advanced technology like we have in our dollar bills. They have, theirs is basically just complication and little details that the practice side would know to look for and know if they're missing. So.
I'm gonna study.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right, so you guys rest up, stretch, and kind of recover, and you're gonna head out.
Do we want to find the thing for the flowers now, or do you want to wait till we're on the road a little bit?
Let's start getting on the road.
Okay.
Let's get a little bit of distance.
Still got the trap, so we could set it during the night and see what we catch in the morning.
Yeah, we just definitely want to get something in these pots sometime today.
Okay.
All right. So as you guys mount up and load up into the wagon and start heading out, the guy says, "Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to throw this in too." And he gives you a rolled up paper, like something more sizable. And as you unroll it, it is a map of Lirindil.
A map.
Good, I don't have to walk blind into the world.
I will briefly show you here. We might have to align it real quick.
Yay.
Go take care of that.
For Demacia.
You don't know how much I love the maps. When you give me maps, I get so excited. I put them in my
Most
notes
basic
immediately.
I know.
I finally have regions.
Stonegate.
And I will get you access to a better copy. This is a little bit low res because Roll20 has a limit on
Yeah, res sizes. Yeah.
the size of the.
So he said that we went
So let me show you here.
northwest.
So right there, if you can see my pinging here,
Yeah.
that's Fort Relica.
Okay.
Okay, you are more or less right here, and this is all good. Where you're trying to get. I'll just very quickly ping. This right here is the City of Unity. What he said is like the where the crown sits, like where the.
Yeah, it's in a couple
it's
of days,
the
right?
capital city. Up there, yeah, that's. By horseback. He said a few days. He was very unspecific. You're probably looking at 6 or 7 days.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get a gauge.
From all good to there. So this is, you're seeing the different provinces here. So that's what these are. This is Femoria, Stonegate, up here, Garen, which is, to be where the Shade Daggers are. Highwind. Then down here, you've got Maple Bay, Jari. That sounds pretty.
It sounds cute.
Nice little cottage in Maple Bay.
Fall of Naval Bay,
It's,
or Winter.
And Jari, I know
that's where the Everwind JRPG happens.
and Jari, I know specifically is that like more jungle area, right?
Yeah, it's also known as the Red Jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's the closest. It's one of the closest borders to
Yeah, it's
Alraka.
one of the two bordering provinces. It's Jari and then Cragsdale. You know, and then you can't really read it very well, but you got the city of. These are the capitals of each province. So you got Villamont, you've got Chisa, you've got Adenalas. You know, the city of Unity up there. Then you've got Stolgir up in Stonegate, Cass in Highwind, and Ardoc. Up in
And are there any other like fort town, like other border fort towns?
Yeah, I mean there are other cities and towns. I just couldn't.
No, that's fair. No, but like there's other ways to get in and out of this country besides going back down to Fort Relica. In theory.
You would imagine it's a pretty
Okay.
big border. There's also a lot of coast because all of this is water to the
Yeah,
west here.
3 major coastal towns
The
right here.
Floric Gulf, and this is the Petals. This
Yeah.
is where Edrin Duskrose is from.
This is where we start our pirate journey, leg of the campaign.
The Petals are not part of Lirindil. They're just
Yeah, they're their own
nation,
separate
but
country.
They're kind of in the midst. Yeah, and then you see, of course, Alraka down here in the south, which is where a lot of the warfare has been happening for a long time.
What's the name of the province we're in right now? What's it
Femoria.
called? Femoria.
And you actually, you know, and as you're seeing, it's like you remember Caden kind of cursing him as it's bloody Fomorians, like Caden, sorry, not Caden, Caden, and talking about the Fomorians being responsible for all the gridded, you know, like the super organized, you know, pattern layout and everything.
Yeah.
So, so as you have your map, like I said, I'll get you a better copy of it later. But you have your map, and as you set out, we're gonna take a break.
We're finally in Lirindil.
We did
Took us a little while.
You know.
My hip hurts thinking about, like, my hip actually hurts now thinking about being
Yeah.
crammed up like that.
My elbows and knees hurt. It's just like,
Sympathetic,
Yeah.
yeah, my sympathetic body response.
Yeah,
Fantasy pain.
it's kind of like when you
Yeah.
explained basically being in the DMV last week. And I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Right, we
part of this.
Why do you put us in such uncomfortable positions week after week?
Just making it real. Yeah, it's no, I feel you. I mean, I can't sit in a chair without shifting every minute or so. Like it's, you know. So okay, we will be back in about 10 minutes. Continue on. Be right back.
Bye.
Funny.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We're gonna just jump right in. So, you guys open the barn and to another kind of snowy landscape. The sun's out. There's no active snow happening, but there is snow on the ground. You make your way down the sort of winding path leading away from the barn. As you can see behind you, there's what looks like a partially collapsed old, maybe looks like a really small farmhouse once upon a time that obviously has not been occupied in a very long time, next to the barn. But the rest is kind of hard to tell because of the layer of snow as to what the landscape might be underneath it, except you do see lots of, you know, patches and lines of trees in different places next to open areas. And so it is kind of familiar with what you saw in Corandia in terms of what farmland looks like. But of course it's winter, so there's no actual farming happening that you can see. But you eventually find yourself hooking onto a road that he described and going right to continue heading northwest. As you travel, you do occasionally meet travelers, but not as often as you did in Corandia. It seems to be, whether because of winter or something in Lirindil, there just is fewer travelers on this road, or perhaps it's a less traveled road, you're not really sure. But you continue to progress, and eventually you do see occasional farmhouses that do seem occupied, kind of set off in the distance, and you know, what looks at least like farmland, you know, with barns and you know, the occasional person outside, but mostly being winter, they're not doing as much. You'll see occasional somebody out there chopping wood or something of that nature. You know, they occasionally will pause and kind of look at you from a distance as you walk by, but then go back to their, you know, their work. And you do occasionally encounter what seems to be some sort of like road patrol of groups of soldiers on horseback wearing the black and red colors of the crown. You know, some of them pass by you with just a very, you know, suspicious look, perhaps on other business, but once or twice you do get stopped and get your documents checked. Kind of looking you over as you do seem pretty out of place still. You know, giving a special eyes to Stoic and Bear, as very clearly unusual species to be found here. But you know, so far the documents seem to be holding up pretty well. And you continue on. Eventually you do pass by what looks like a large orchard of some sort of evergreen tree with what looks like small blueberries of some sort growing on it. You're not really sure what they are. They're not, I'd say they're probably not something you've seen before, not something native to you guys' lands, but they do seem to be something that is growing successfully in winter. And you do see a variety of workers that seem to be out in this cold tending to them. And periodically, amidst this very large orchard of just kind of, you know, hundreds of rows of these trees, you see men on horseback, you know, just kind of like slowly walking amidst the workers. You can't really hear anything, but you occasionally see them stop and yell at one of them, and then move on. You see a couple that are kind of on the edge of the orchard that have crown uniforms, but the others don't seem to be wearing those uniforms.
The men on horseback are not wearing uniforms?
Yeah. But obviously seem to be authorities of some kind, as they seem to be enforcing the work that's happening in the orchard. Apparently under the supervision of official guards, a couple of them, or some sort of representatives from the crown, but yeah. And you just see this very clearly managed farming of these trees happening. As you continue.
No, I'd like to stop. I'm gonna turn into Chip.
Okay.
And
Are you inside the covered wagon right now?
yeah, I've been riding the back of an orc. I'm not gonna be like out and about.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But,
I guess that's a point of note. Do you turn into it when people come?
I would have.
When people
I
cross
would have
paths
been
with you?
staying in the back because I know that we're weird. I just wanted to get a feel for the place beforehand.
Okay.
And change into Chip if I thought I was gonna be seen.
Okay. In that case, visually speaking, you get a lot of attention.
Are you the orange and blue girl?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
I'm currently in that orange with the blue, but
Okay.
I've currently got my horns like braided into my wig, and then I've got a hat on top of it so that my horns are hidden and my tail's like wrapped inside my pant leg right now. Like, I obviously don't look human in coloration, but like I don't have the distinct tiefling characteristics.
It's also worth noting too, like as you have these encounters, they're all looking at you suspiciously and just a little bit strangely, like something you can't quite place.
Sure. I'm
Stoic.
it's fine. I just want to have a small conversation. And I will go out.
I'm gonna immediately get off and like look like something was wrong with like the rig, of like I'm like tightening something back up to
Okay.
make an excuse for stopping.
I would
I'm gonna
like-
cast prayer guidance on you.
And I would like, well done. And I would like to address the closest horseback guard That's
Uniformed?
well, the one whoever it looks like is in charge of the workers. Sir,
Well,
sir.
so it looks like there's. You pass one back before, kind of on the other end, like border of like right at the border. But then there's another one, kind of closer to the road, who is uniformed. The rest are amidst the workers in the.
Do the
order.
uniform ones look more like guards rather than enforcers of the labor?
Roll a. What would this be? Just an intelligence check.
Whew. 17.
Okay. You don't, because you don't know the markings of ranks or anything like that, but he is kind of on horseback, and he is paying attention and watching both the other men on horseback who are not uniformed and the workers themselves and everything like that, but he has this sort of air of authority about him.
Okay.
And you can't really know for sure, but you get the impression he's probably somebody the rest of them listen to.
Okay, and I'll just be like, sir, a moment.
Yes?
These are miraculous. What are these trees?
These?
Yes.
You've never seen them before?
Well, not in bloom.
Where are you from?
Shit, I should have thought this out better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have.
We're traders from Crondia. But we have a very special... I shouldn't get into that. Anyway, I am just very much in love with tea. And I've never seen berries quite like this.
Yes. You're obviously not from around here.
No.
These are indiglaze pines.
Indiglazed pines. Are they edible?
Well, in there, after a bit of processing, they're not very tasteful right now, but they are used in certain foods and certain wines.
And wines. Have they ever been used for tea?
I am not an expert on tea.
Would you sell me some? Or do they sell them in town? We're on our way.
This food belongs to the people, as all food does.
That is so true.
Do I need to rescue you?
No. Fair enough. I was just hoping to learn as much as I could, because they're just amazing.
Where exactly did you say you're from?
Crondia.
And what business do you have in Lirindil?
Well, we have some very important trade for the people. I can't say too much, but you know as well as I do that we wouldn't be here without purpose. Our cargo is very special.
And that cargo is...
I'm gonna yell, Chip, darling, the horse is fine now. We can go.
I can show you our paperwork if you need, but that's as much as I
I think
can
I
tell
need.
you. Okay. Dear, would you bring the paperwork?
Of course. And I just come over and hand the document.
He kind of like eyes you up and down as suspiciously as he takes it and begins to look over it. Close.
Oh, baby.
Danny, I swear to God.
I just want some damn berries! It's the people berries.
I suggest you carry on about your business.
Absolutely.
I immediately take the document out of his hand and put it back in my pocket.
I'm sorry, dear. I had no luck, but let's go. Let's continue.
Have a blessed day.
Please don't bother the people's workers on your way.
Absolutely.
He turns back and continues
I just
supervising.
grab you by like the scruff and just take you back to the wagon.
Okay.
Why so rough?
Because you like it rough, darling.
Oh, shit.
Esther finally gets what she wants from Stoke, and she does not want it like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. I do kind of like eye the workers as I'm leaving. Like, is there anything? Do they look like there's been any sort of mistreatment? Does anyone look like they're like leaning on like bad pains that they're trying to like hide to keep working and things like that? Like, they look like these people are abused.
Make a perception check.
That's gonna be 25.
Okay. At the moment, you don't witness any direct physical violence, but they do seem to be, for the most part, not very happy. They do seem to be nervous whenever one of the figures on horseback ride by, kind of picking up their pace a little bit as they get closer. They're all very poorly dressed. Basically, it's technically winter clothing, but it's all very ragged and very maybe barely functional, but not nice by any means. That's probably what you see from this distance.
Get stowed back in the wagon, get things moving again, but like, I'm definitely just kind of like peripheral, like kind of just observing how they react to me leaving and kind of what's going on over there.
As we're riding along, I used to be like in the back, and I'm gonna say it easy. Hey, have you ever heard of these flowers, these cinder things?
Would I know? That a history check to figure out.
This would be nature.
Nature?
probably.
Alright, fair enough. That's fair. Alright, that's a plus of 14.
14?
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
Yeah.
He told you they're pretty rare, so
Yeah, it'd be pretty niche.
I don't think this is anything you would have seen before.
Not that I know of. This is unforeign to me.
Oh.
But it's very unique that they have obviously magical properties that they have to only consume ash that's mostly from a living creature, yeah, which tells me that probably highly sought after by alchemists and wizards in different corners of the world.
Did you ever study how to take plants and like make like your weapons or potions, like any of that?
Typically it's components to cast a spell, yeah. Like a little bit of, licorice for certain spells and licorice roots.
Oh, like a little like
A piece of feather for casting the ability to fly, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I just didn't know if you knew anything about these things or not. Then.
No, not so much, unfortunately, yeah. I wish that I knew more, but we're in a very foreign place that has a lot of walls, doesn't like to give out too much information about itself.
Yeah. I mean,
Walls.
Yep, I was there with you.
Yeah, I know. It took me a second
I had
to.
to. Yep.
Yep.
Is is the Everwood? Is it like this place, or is it very much different?
It's very different, yeah. It's not as rigid as far as, I guess. Did we hear the conversation they had outside the wagon? I'm sure it carried loud enough.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
also, yeah, you're pretty close.
It's not as rigid in the way that it is here. I mean, it has a hierarchy of kinds, but not where the barriers of the people is,
Yeah.
stern ruderness.
Seems kind of odd. Berries are. Well, I mean, it's good that berries are for the people, I suppose. Like.
But it seems that they're not quite for everyone in a way. It's because it's at the expense of others, as you can see, that are beneath the boot of those men on horseback.
so it's different than the Everwind. But
You
there
ever
is
missed it?
order.
Huh? Oh, you ever missed it?
I would say that I probably do miss the people that I went to school with, yeah. In some family that's still there that still remains to be discussed,
Yes.
as you know.
Yes.
But otherwise, I would say the Everwood is a place that you'd want to be for the rest of your life.
Oh, why is that?
It's more than just home at times.
More than just home?
Indeed. There's home that you can create in other parts of the world. It's not always exclusive to one location. Do you always want to go back to the World Thorns?
Well, yeah, eventually. I don't know how long, but I'd like to settle down there when when I feel like my mission is done.
Ah, I see. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea.
Indeed.
It's cold, it's high up in the air, but it's where my family is.
And would you say that is it mainly because of your family? Do you want to go back?
I want to check on them, make sure they're good, but I spent, more than half my life there. I spent the first, 30 some years there? Like,
Yeah.
I've got memories of. There are people I know back there that I kind of want to check on, make sure they're all good.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I don't think there's lots of books and things to read and learn at Everwood, yeah. That is a draw, for sure. But beyond that, there's some fairly stuffy people at times, yeah, that
And
think
the
that they're
Everwood?
smarter than you, which they probably are, but I don't know.
Yeah.
That's that would bother you.
How are your professors? Good.
There's some
your
good
school?
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good ones, yeah. There's some other ones that are not as good. I'm
Yeah.
sure you were trained by certain paladins that are less enjoyable than others, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Some wouldn't let you get away with anything, but you could find some you could. Oh hey, let's go learn outside today. Let's go practice our spear throwing. They always go for spear throwing.
Ours was thaumaturgy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Could you do some thaumaturgy?
I didn't work on it this morning, I'm sorry.
Oh.
See, that was a good excuse, wasn't it? Works on you.
But you didn't do it.
And I cast minor illusion to make it look like thaumaturgy for Bear.
That's not thaumaturgy.
Like little sparks fly.
Oh. That's just like Chip was doing earlier.
That's right. That is Chip's way.
We're all in the wagon, right? Just riding.
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys too much, but we need to think out how we're going to act when we hit this next town. Just from the little interaction that we had at this
We.
farm. Well, we because we are now in Lirindil, and it is we, as in we the people. I honestly don't know how we're gonna get food for these flowers, because I can guarantee you, if we get caught hunting in these woods, it's a death sentence.
That's a good
That
point.
was a concern of mine. I'm sure there's some kind of permission that we have to have, and I'm sure documentation.
I don't even know if when we get to Old Gob, or wherever it is we're going, if we can even purchase meats. Like, I don't know how money works in this country. And I feel like that was a very important piece of information that we didn't consider.
Well, when I went to all those like merchant situations, did I see how Like, I had to go to a merchant in order to purchase. Like, I can just go and purchase something, but I need to purchase from an official merchant.
Yeah. You don't know if all countries work this way, but Lirindil did seem to work under what's officially called the Targonian Standard, which is basically Targonia has basically minted gold, and it's basically they've kind of taken they make official gold pieces, so to speak, and that's what's traded in a lot of countries, in a growing number of countries, because it's sort of unified and not different shapes or kinds or materials or whatever that you used to have in the past, where and so they do seem to at least accept, at least on Fort Relica, they at least accepted just normal gold pieces, silver and copper and all that.
Fort Relica is very different than here.
From the looks of it, so long as you are purchasing from an official government purchasing location. I mean, obviously we were able to, spend the night at the inn, and so the inn was allowed to accept coin for our usage. Like,
At the fort.
Sure, I imagine in different areas of this place, with the grip that the crown has in this country, everything is going to be very similar to going through official channels in order to do purchases. We need to feed these flowers if we want to keep up this charade for any amount of time. And if we can't purchase, like, a living animal in town, we're going to have to be very sneaky.
I'd say we hunt at night, yeah.
And if we can find a place that seems sparsely populated, like more of the open countryside and less of these, like, high volume farming areas, perchance we can sneak at least one animal in for a few days without getting caught, if we're worried that they don't allow just, open hunting.
Yeah. I'd say that on our next night
We have to feed these flowers today.
of course, yeah. But night is part of the day, yeah. And so we get as many as a deer as we can in one night. We burn them all. We keep them contained.
One should be enough for 4 days.
4 days. Oh, okay.
If we can get one relatively good-sized deer,
It
or
could be
a
good size.
similar animal,
Oh,
we
yeah.
should be good for several days.
I'd say, especially since most of them come out at night anyway, so we have a pretty good chance. I mean, I have the little thing that makes us go without a trace, yeah.
That's true. We can't really hunt in city property, I'm assuming.
Oh, no.
Probably not.
Because, the herds of deer that go through the middle of town every day.
Yeah.
Indeed,
Totally. Thing. There are birds, though. But anyway, that's off the top.
I would need like 30 of those birds to feed half of these,
An eagle. It's pretty big.
which could feed maybe 6 of these.
Well, that's 6 more that are alive. Anyway.
I don't particularly want to lose a knuckle, so I prefer that we keep all of them alive.
Oh,
I guess that was technically about
that's not what
information, but
Yeah, knuckling has nothing to do with whether the flowers live or die.
Maybe let's just see if we can purchase livestock first.
mhm.
On our way, at least.
That's a
Till
good
night.
deal.
Does your document say anything about who you can trade with, or
No,
Amazing.
it's just my ability to bring these flowers inside the country
that's it?
And freely travel.
Yeah, and freely travel.
beyond the border.
in order to maneuver these flowers to a destination.
So then, what is our cover story? Where are we taking these flowers to?
Well, I was thinking if they are as rare as they were said to be, the most obvious place would be that we are trying to get our way to Unity,
Okay.
because that would be the most important influencers of power.
Okay.
If they're rare, they're worth money, and that's where it would be.
And perchance are meeting someone of some mid-level bureaucratic power. I don't know why he's purchasing them, but he has requested the purchase of them. I feel like that is easier to say than these are for the king. That would be such a ridiculous thing to say, but I feel like some sort of middle management bureaucrat.
Okay.
I just
The assistant to the regional manager.
exactly.
Okay.
Problem is I don't really know any of the names, so I'm trying to listen out for names so I can, if there's a name, I can say what it is. Or an office.
Yeah.
Well, our contact is in Old Gob, isn't it?
Old Good.
Or Old Good.
Old Gob is
That's where we
the
met.
bar where we all met.
Sorry. Like, well, yeah.
Similar sounding names though. Don't think I didn't notice the eerie similarity that we are once again going to travel someplace that has a very similar sounding name to which we are all partaking in a very unique and exciting journey that fortifies us as individuals.
But that's where our contact is, isn't it?
That's where our contact is.
Yes.
Not where these flowers' contact is.
No, but our contact may be able to assist us.
That's what I was going to ask.
So,
And we don't even know what we're getting into. So we've got a lot of questions.
yeah, and I don't think we should really risk. I know that we have to feed them today. I want to pull out my cask of addiction or whatever it is, my cup. I want to see if we're closer to Old Good or Fort Relica.
Well, you actually don't really have to answer that or have to do that because as you're talking, you start to see in the distance what looks like a town.
Yeah.
Just a little bit past midday at this point.
I think we have time. We should get there and get information before we do anything too risky, like trying to buy berries from a very fortified workplace.
Or we could just buy berries in town from an official merchant,
If we can.
which I'm pretty sure we can.
It'd
This
be
country
easy to
wants
test
make
that theory.
Yeah, it
it's
is
a
easy to
pretty
test
easy
the
way
theory.
to test the theory.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go to town and figure out if we can hunt, if that's illegal, if we can buy livestock. If we can't, we'll just
Ask the questions.
yeah until we have more information.
Alrighty. Well, we need to find the Happy Herd Tavern inside Old Good. That is where our contact is.
Do you know where that is? Like on the map? All good. Do you have the direction?
I don't have the exact. I mean, I know where we are. We're at Old Good's in front of us right now.
Okay.
We're coming to that town literally as we speak.
Okay.
And then once we get into town, we'll just have to ask somebody where the tavern is.
Okay. So, you progress, eventually coming to the edge of town and entering it. And as you do, you encounter a town that has a slightly different feel than the ones you've typically seen of a similar size. Like it's sizable for a town. It's not tiny, but it's not like a city by any means either. But what's interesting is that you see a town that looks like it was once prosperous and now not as very well maintained. There are a lot of people and a lot of people coming and going and doing work, but most of them are very similarly dressed in very serviceable but generally poor clothing. You see you almost didn't notice it at other towns until the absence thereof, but most of the buildings don't have any sort of real decoration to them. They're all very practically labeled if they are labeled. There's not various colored paints on different types of buildings. There's not various colors of clothing for the most part. It's all grays, browns, kind of earthy colored, practical stuff, where almost nothing stands out.
Except for us.
Except for you.
Vibrantly.
Which you are definitely getting a lot of looks, as you are not only different in style but in quality. Of just you're armed and by suddenly realizing and becoming aware of how nice your clothes are comparatively.
And Asura's always assumed she's had the most practical clothing.
Mm.
Like, she's like, I've got efficiency armor. It is meant to keep me alive and hide my shit.
Yeah. And this is, I would say this is somewhere in the middle of, like, the worst you've seen to what you wear. It's like, it's, because again, it is serviceable. It's just poor and drab. And it's not utter rags like you've seen some on some of the lower streets, but
What I used to wear as a child.
yeah, it's not that level, but it's very practical. You can probably tell it's some level of like cheap and durable, like some sort of balance they're trying to strike of cheap but durable enough that they don't fall apart the next day. But probably not soft or comfortable by any means or anything like that. And it's you also eventually pass by one building that has a picture of grain stalks out front and a line of people just going all the way down the street. People just waiting with empty sacks and things of that nature, and you see one of them leave with a pretty small bag of, you assume, grain or something of that nature. So you pass by that, you pass by one or two others of similar fashion with different labels of what looks like food-oriented distribution, if you will. Eventually you pass by what looks to be some sort of square, like a town square area, and you can see that a crowd has gathered in this square before what looks like a stage that has been erected. I mean, not recently, like it's there always, but like a stage that you've seen in towns before. And you can see a number of uniformed soldiers around and various places around the stage and all over the place, like a good number of them. And you see a figure take the stage. Do you want to stop and see what's going on?
Kind of slow down. Just
Luck
kind of-
is
Okay.
the bird.
You see, you see a very tall, narrow, kind of wispy build, male, elven figure with this long, kind of silvery hair take the stage, wearing this kind of sleek, black, looks like almost like a trench coat, but kind of stylishly cut, and where it kind of goes up to the side, and then it kind of falls open, revealing some red. You can see on the end of inside of his sleeves are red, lined with red as well, just kind of stylishly using the colors. You see him kind of gracefully take the stage, and he looks out with this sort of soft expression at the crowd as he begins to speak. And he says, "My children, my strong people of Lirindil, what darkness and trial you overcome every single day. Life is difficult, I will not hide it. Corruption, famine, callousness, disease, banditry, and so much more run rampant throughout the world. Everywhere else, the rich oppress the poor. The powerful crush the weak. The hungry beg for scraps from the tables of the rich and the full. But not here. Here you are overcoming. Here you are finding strength in banding together against these evils. You are doing something unimaginable to the rest of this selfish world. You are working for the good of each other. This year we have seen even less disease and death than the year before it. We've gained even more ground against the vile desert devils to the south. This year, the wild tribes of the north trying to raid us fled from before the people's strength more than ever before. And no one in Lirindil starves. And those wicked bandits and assassins that hide behind masks and steal and destroy everything you are building, they tilt upon the cusp of utter collapse. And I have it on reliable authority that the White Death himself may have already fallen. And of course, if you know anything, or know anyone, that would help us stamp out the last of this insidious infestation, this disease upon our people, you have nothing to fear from coming forward with the truth. Only reward. Only blessing. Only those who have evil to hide have something to fear. And fear they should. For now is the time to come together. Now is the time to solidify our dreams and make our nation, our prosperity, our people stronger than we ever could have dreamed. And you see just like kind of people start cheering and applause. Not like passionately, but not softly either. And he thanks them and steps down and just back amongst the soldiers. You see him actually. You see him mount up and like on a horse of his own and start to move on, like immediately, as if he had somewhere to go.
Does his saddle look like it's like of nice quality? Like,
Roll a perception check.
We just entered the
15.
So Noah's brainwashing Spidey senses are
Hard
going
to tell.
off.
It doesn't look like it's shabby, but it also is not like gold inlaid or anything like that. It doesn't look.
Because like his outfit.
It's hard to
was,
tell
like,
from this distance.
Because his outfit was like, comparatively to the rest of these people, kind of flashy.
Kind of. Like the cut and style of it was unique, but the fabric seemed comparable to like what you've seen in Fort Relico, the uniforms and stuff like that. It was just the style of it was unique. Like it's been tailored or something, or at least of a style you haven't seen yet.
The man makes a suit.
Like the style, but like the style felt like it had some sort of
Chips out of
significance.
control.
I mean, it is clean. It was very well kept. Like it wasn't shabby at all.
But it doesn't look as utilitarian as like the rest of his outfits. Like it looks like it is of like a quality of fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. There weren't any fights in the north. Mountain or anything like that anyway.
Bear.
Yeah.
Shush.
As a note, you would know Goliaths are pretty violent people in general, and there are 3 big tribes that you're not a part of, and 2 of them is like one of them especially is very violent, but they're a little bit more to the east for the most part. There's. I'm thinking here. There is part. So there's the Taranki, which are the ones who are most violent. They're most war driven. So they're branches basically of that tribe on the west and east of Northfire. The other 2 are not as driven to violence with people, but they can be, and they are typically, they're not peaceful folk for the most part. So
Just say, leave Goliath, don't leave you alone.
Bear.
Yeah.
Shush.
I don't know why I keep saying it. I'm not talking that much.
More of what you're saying in a town that can hear you.
Oh, I'm at the back of the cabin, wagging at me.
Ears are everywhere.
Ears, you have ears.
okay.
After listening, I just go, and then I just quietly keep looking at the signs, trying to find the sign that I'm looking for.
Okay.
Since it seems like everything is very well labeled.
Yeah. All right. Roll a. Since you're specifically looking for this place to make it an investigation check, I want Stoic to roll a perception check too.
Oh no.
I only rolled a
But I
9.
can't.
Okay.
7.
7. Okay.
I'm not the perception person.
I'm the perception person.
No, she. Well, yes, but so is she.
Yeah.
That's right. It was mainly like if you caught anything around, like what the crowd is saying or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, no.
It is pretty noisy as people are dispersing now, and it's not normal talk. It's just like cacophony of noise, and you're trying to find stuff, and it's you're a little caught off balance by this environment. So with that, it takes you a while. You do eventually find it, but it does take longer than it might. And so probably about an hour of kind of wandering around and looking and getting some attention and some people who don't seem to want to be helpful to you and but eventually you do find yourself at a place just kind of simply labeled as the Happy Herd Tavern. So, would you like to enter in?
Make my way in, go immediately to whoever the bartender is or whoever seems to be running the establishment.
Okay.
Just ask for does this place have room and board, or is it just meals?
Yeah. I don't want any trouble.
Oh, I don't want any trouble either. I just want to get a room for the night and some food.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just don't see many foreigners around here. I don't mean no offense. I just don't want no trouble.
Of course not. No trouble at all.
All right. Well, it's 3 silver apiece.
Of course. And I very discreetly pull out money to try not to show how much money we have, so that not to, alarm the room. But I do add a little extra for the bartender, like a gold piece.
Okay. Which he sees and kind of quickly looks around and very quickly puts it under the bar and is like, well that's very kind of you. Can I get you anything?
Just some modest food and some ale.
Yeah, well, modest food's all we got here, so yeah.
Do you have does any meat?
Yeah, I think we got some rabbit, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stayed out of the wagon. I just want to kind of survey the square, wherever we are. I don't know how far we are from the square, but what's the makeup of the crowd, or the people around? Is it all human, or are there...
Make a perception check.
Yes, you can. You can do it. You can do anything.
Okay, 17.
All right.
The dice are rolling double digits tonight, so we're doing okay.
So far, so good.
Danny, I saw that earlier.
Yeah, everybody saw that.
It does seem to be majority human here. You do see the occasional elf, the occasional dwarf. I think at one point you even see a gnome passing through. I think that's what you see at the moment.
Okay. And their clothes are very, everybody's clothes, very modest, very,
Yeah.
Modest to, maybe not rags, but warm.
Yeah, it's all that same, very uniform in the sense that it's same-ish, modest and poor but serviceable garb of grays and browns for the most part.
Okay.
except for the soldiers that you see in,
Right.
in uniform. And occasionally other people in that similar uniform that seems to be kind of what you saw at Fort Relica, though not nearly as many in number as at Fort Relica.
Okay.
So, but a decent number of guards. And eventually, as you're standing out there, you do see the large contingent of soldiers, seem to go off with the individual who spoke earlier, and head off down the road away from the direction you came.
Okay. I'd probably watch him until he goes out out of sight.
Okay.
Now we're in sight line.
Yeah, and you see, he's probably got a couple hundred soldiers with him all together.
Shit, he's important. Okay.
Alright.
Sora. I'm Chip.
Are you Chip right now?
Dear, did you? Oh yeah, I'm not going out of that wagon without
Okay.
looking like an orc. Did you get us just rooms, or just food?
Got us rooms and food.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'd like to see our rooms. Would you mind joining me?
Sure, dear.
Um,
And right now you're still out the wagon, and the rest of you are still down here. If one of you would also accompany the wagon at some point once the food arrives, make sure that our dear friend outside has some food in his belly. Chip and I will be right back down. Thank you so much for your time.
yeah. Actually, if you two don't mind handling it, I'd like Bear to join us.
Sure, dear. Whatever you want.
As soon as I see a surrogate frustrated, like, oh, I'm definitely doing this. Can't wait till this is gonna
Okay.
It's not frustration, it's how do I not make this look like I'm going upstairs with two men? Cause she just showed up into a bar and said, hey, I need some rooms and some food. I'm about to go upstairs with two men. What she has in her mind is a very different, like what the bartender is seeing right now.
He's our guard, sweetie. It'll be fine.
Of course, dear.
Once we get up there, may you look around to see if there's anyone as we're entering. Like, keep an eye out so that we can have a quiet conversation.
I will scan.
Yeah, make a perception check, both of you.
Oh shit! This is why I asked her.
24.
Why they got a natural 20? So it's a 19.
I got 24.
So it's still early in the afternoon, so there's almost no one here. You see like a really older gentleman who's kind of there, pretty old, kind of sitting in the corner. Yeah, at this time of day here, that would be it actually. So, and he definitely is, giving you some kind of openly curious looks, but not aggressive or anything like that. It's just very same look everyone in town is giving you of like you stand out like sore thumbs.
Yeah. Once we get in the room, I'll be a little hush about it. And we need to talk, you three. I understand that the plan that we set in was for you and I to be the front merchants, and I still think we should. But at the same time, and I take my hand and rub it through my hair, which with the illusion over me completely distorts it. We need to be as quiet as possible and as background as possible. And I wanted to get your two opinions. We need a different speaker. And I'm torn because I think Valen would do good. I think Easy's more charming, but he's also easy. Yeah.
Yeah. Much as I love the guy.
He's not a great speaker either.
But us three.
He's a brilliant speaker.
Oh, he speaks. Like,
It's
yeah.
just
You can't trust always the words that come out of his mouth.
it's not about trust. It is about
It is always a unique opportunity to learn and grow as a person once he starts talking.
You said that very positively.
I'm trying very hard to stay positive.
I just feel that the three of us need to stay as out of sight as possible because it's too risky.
I'm Face, I can't. My name is everywhere. I am Mosaius Brevis Merchant.
But that doesn't mean you need to speak. It doesn't mean that you can't have a representative that speaks for you. And it
I am
doesn't-
far more charming than all the rest of you put together.
I rubbed the paint on your fur. Or your skin. One mistake. One.
Immediately take out my compact.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't mess with the tiefling's makeup.
One mistake.
Then we will be smart, and we will be subtle, and you will stop introducing yourself to every room. I think 90% of the problem is you.
I don't disagree, which is why we're having this meeting.
Well, then why is it just the three of us? Should this
Because
not be an
we're the
everyone's
three
meeting?
that are a problem here.
We are the three that stand out the most, yes. The rest of them blend in.
None of us are welcome here.
But that is why I am doing it. Because if all eyes are on me, eyes are not on everyone else. So that everyone else can maneuver and manage in quiet while I stick out like the sore thumb. That is kind of my point. I am the one who just is the one that all eyes get drawn to, so that Valen can quietly do what he needs to do. Easy can quietly do what he needs to do. Zenoa can quietly do what she needs to do. Because no one's going to pay attention to them if they're paying attention to me. And to Bear. And you when you are in your normal form. I understand the stress. And I think that any one of them would make great representatives to this conversation. But I am trying to be smart about making sure where eyes are being pointed. This is all about misdirection.
So I understand what I'm about to say. It sounds kind of weird, but do you want me to make it a bit of a habit that I am seeing and not try to hide?
I need you to keep your mouth shut as often as possible in
Okay,
this country.
can you be a little bit more positive? And I wipe you off the makeup again.
I swear to God, I only have so much of this. And if you keep wiping it off, I'm going to run out. Bear, I am only saying it because you already draw eyes as it is.
Agreed.
Which means people are listening to you and paying attention to you.
Uh-huh.
And you are an incredibly honest person. And you say whatever it is that has come to your mind at the moment.
Thank you.
The problem is that sometimes you say what comes to your mind in a way that potentially hurts you and the rest of us because you could accidentally divulge something that could put us all in jeopardy. And even though you made a slight of comment, I know because I bit my tongue hard when I heard about the desert doubles, but because you said not all of them, and you are a giant,
No offense taken.
you now seem like a sympathizer, which now means you are an enemy of the people, which now means you have a target on your back, which means now you're going to be sought out. They're going to ask you what you're doing here, why you're doing it, and these documents are not going to hold up forever. I'm asking you to be quiet because I need you to stay alive. I need you to stay safe so you can keep us safe.
Okay. You can just say that instead of telling me to shush, by the way.
Because if I have a conversation with you while other people are listening, I am now also divulging information.
Oh, okay. But now that you've said it in the room, just, yeah. I don't like to be shushed.
I understand. What would you like me to say when I need you to be quiet quickly with limited amount of conversation?
You can just be like, Bear, darling, maybe.
Do I have
I
to
don't
add
know.
darling to the conversation?
I'm trying to impersonate you. I've heard you two speak. That's kind of how
I actually think Darling is a pretty good cook.
Thank you. Yeah.
It wouldn't raise suspicion in the conversation.
Whenever you hear bear darling, that
Yes.
is my polite way of saying shut your mouth.
Okay.
Okay?
Now, I also heard you say you want them to look at us.
I want them to look at me, mostly.
Okay. Do you want me to be seen and not heard, or just not anything?
I mean, you're going to be seen. I'm sorry, we cannot
No,
break
that's-
your legs and make you shorter.
That's fine, but I'm saying I could either hide in our room or hide in our cabin,
I need you to do what you are good at, which is protecting.
protect you two.
Protect the wagon. Protect us.
Okay.
We are going to have to rotate protection because, again, the story is that you are all protectors of Chip and I.
Sure.
Which means we are going to have you all rotate to protect the wagon in the night.
But it's our story and our paperwork, and it can be whatever we want it to be.
Sure, but I don't want to start changing appearances mid-travel.
Okay.
Because if we have eyes on us, we need to be consistent. We don't know who's watching and who's listening. And consistency is very important here. And even though we stand out, if we keep a pattern, then we are less suspicious than if we are truly just random. We don't know what game we're playing, and we don't know exactly who's playing it.
It's just a big risk, that's all I'm saying.
I know it is.
Wait, what?
We knew that when we walked in this country.
Did something change? Is there another risk I'm not thinking about?
It could rain.
Oh, if she's the... I got you.
The
Yes.
wind could blow and mess up my illusion. We're playing very risky,
I understand.
and so the less up front, we could still be the people. We just don't have to be the ones out in front. That's all I'm saying.
If it is not us who gets in trouble, it's going to be one of them. This is not a foolproof plan, no
Then we
matter
step
who,
in.
no matter who's in charge. I understand we are the most risky. We are playing a much more visually dangerous game. But there is no other way around this.
I mean, I'm not hiding who I am. People know who I am just by seeing me.
Yeah. Which wouldn't hurt to slouch just a little bit.
Is that better?
Yeah. If that's the way you want to play it, I'm gonna back you.
I hear your concerns, and I don't think I am not concerned about those things too. And don't think that I have not considered asking one of them to step up and take the lead. But out of all of us in this group, you and I are the best at lying.
I don't disagree. I just don't know how much lying is the best route in this one.
Well, we have smuggled our way into this country with false documents. Lying is the only way we're making it through this country at this point. We have no legitimate way of getting around. There is no honesty here anymore.
I mean, just for the sake of the argument, what is your plan here?
We need to meet our contact and get as much information as we can.
And how do we do that by not lying? Or not going with the original
All,
plan?
all I'm saying is we're gonna need to do a lot of talking,
Yeah.
and that may not require lying, like getting us rooms and food that we could easily let someone else go get to lessen our exposure.
Sure, I'd happily give up those kind of tasks. Tasks that don't require any sort of documentation or finagling of information.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. is
Sure,
like, if
absolutely.
we-
Then I can absolutely do that.
If we step back and only step in when we need to, because I'm scared, and I don't say that lightly. This place is not good for any of us.
Come here. It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We have dealt with far scarier things than this. We'll make it through. I just can't keep dropping this accent. Oh. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. All right. And yes, of course. There, darling.
Here we go.
So let's go back down.
Sorry for the brief radio silence. We know that we are the most conspicuous ones, and we wanted to have a conversation about ways in which we could try to not bring torment to all of you by being the conspicuous ones.
I want to say it in a sidebar as they're up in that room. It's me and Zenoa, right? At the bar.
getting.
You're still
And
outside.
Valen's outside, yeah.
He's in the wagon, yeah.
Yep, so you do.
And so they, I'm assuming they've given us our meals by now.
Yeah,
Okay. I take a little bite. This was the best rabbit I've had in a long time.
Oh yes.
Can we get some more? Is that okay?
Well, yeah. I
If it's
suppose
not
so.
any trouble.
It's not any trouble. Yeah. How much?
I mean, I do have to feed other people later.
What do you? How much do you need?
I think I could eat probably at least 15 more of these.
Well, no. That won't
Open up your bag. Open up your bag. I start scraping the rabbit into your
So
bag.
good.
Okay. 15. That won't be necessary. I think we'll take it to go. what we
Yes, I want to have more at home. In the cabin.
have. Okay.
In the wagon, sorry. It's a wagon, not the cabin. Yes.
Roll a persuasion check.
Come on, easy, give it to us.
Natural 20. Come on.
Natural 20, natural 20.
Oh, yeah.
7.
Can I tell how fresh it looks? Would I?
Real
I don't
quick,
know what
the-
sort
so,
of check that would
okay.
be.
I mean,
You're doing
from the taste, it doesn't seem old.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's
Okay.
salted and kept necessarily. It just,
Yeah.
you're not really sure. Maybe a couple days.
Maybe not 15, but we will need some on the way.
As many as you can muster, yeah.
Interesting note, he doesn't seem to be fazed by you pushing food into a bag.
Right.
But he does say, like, listen, you're not from around here, and I could get in trouble for selling too much food.
I see, yeah. Okay.
So I might be able to sell you a couple more.
Gotcha, yeah.
Probably one for each of these, probably best I could do for a meal.
Okay. So I just take all their meals and then scrape them into it.
Jesus.
Good
Yeah.
call. We got rations.
Thank you. That's as much
All right.
as I can do.
She hasn't eaten any of it yet, but she says
Yeah,
delicious.
What brings you through here?
We are traveling florists, yeah.
What's that?
There's a rare flower, yeah, that we are delivering, but it does. That's our main goal is to bring these flowers out to Unity, right? Yeah. To
That's where
Unity.
we're looking to head towards.
Yeah. As simple as that, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure we gotta keep them alive on this long travel through the winter.
People buy flowers?
These kinds, yeah.
Have
All
you
right.
ever been to Unity?
Oh no, Nah, I spend most of my life here.
Does anyone from this town go to Unity or no?
Is there much travel?
I don't know. Some of the guards sometimes I think have been trained up in those parts, or at least nearby. I bet Sword of Juice been there.
Hey,
What?
so what's his name again?
Sword of Juice.
Sword.
Like sort
Was
of
that
juice?
was that the man? Was that the man that was on the stage earlier?
Oh no. That's Leader Tildwin.
Tildwin?
Yeah. Is he the governor of this town?
No. He's pretty high ranking though. He comes through occasionally. It's been a while, but he comes through occasionally and does little speeches like that. And, he does, I guess, a lot of things. I don't know the details of it. I know. Yeah, he comes through and does speeches and does things with some of the rulers, the other leaders and that sort of thing. And, I think mostly I reckon he just runs the Ruby Judge.
The Ruby Judge, yeah.
Well, yeah, I reckon we got lucky. She didn't seem to be with him this time, but yeah, she's one of the high judges, the highest probably.
She travels with him usually?
Often, yeah, they're often together. He seems to I don't know. She seems to do what he wants for the most part. But she's let's just say everyone's a little relieved when she's not in town, you know. But she travels quite a bit.
She doesn't give the speeches.
No, right? I don't really think I've heard her speak. She's very quiet like, but she everyone's a little bit more fearful when she's around, you know.
I see. Yeah.
I'd say quite a bit more fearful, to be honest with you. Probably not somebody
For
wrong.
any particular reason?
Does it punish the people here?
Oh yeah, well you're not. Yeah, they're judges that carry out the law, that execute judgment. You know.
Indeed. Yeah. What
You know,
kind of judgment?
For well, all kinds. I mean, anytime somebody's not following the laws or the the rules.
If you sell too much rabbit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're caught trying to, sell, people are trying to be selfish and get more for themselves than they're allowed to have, or, I mean, there's all kinds of ways of getting in trouble here. There are judges, but then there are high judges, which are they're higher than the other judges.
Would she be considered higher than the high judges?
Well, there are 3 high judges, and most people think she's probably the highest.
Oh, I see.
She's at least the one that everybody fears the most,
I see.
because she comes through and people disappear.
Right. So what would be the punishment for giving out too much rabbit? That's delicious, by the way.
It sort of depends. If some people have relationships with the guards and they can get away with a little bit more, but they can get fined, or if the violation's bad enough, well, they can get sent to be renewed.
That's not triggering at all.
It's renewed. I am unfamiliar.
He kind of looks around nervously, even though it's mostly empty. He's like, I'm not sure I should be talking about that, honestly.
Indeed.
Listen, you want to know stuff, if you're wanting, Sword of Youth would probably be the guy, if he's willing. He may not be willing. He's grumpy sometimes, but he's been around. He's someone who knows something is probably him.
Where can you find this Sword of Youth?
He's off of the edge of town. The eastern edge, where it starts to be forest.
Oh, okay. He just lives out in the wilderness?
Well, no, it's close to town. It's just,
okay.
he's not, maybe 15 minutes or so. It's not bad. He still services the town and everything. He's a Fletcher nowadays, but he used to be a soldier.
I see.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I just had one more question. What did you say his name was? The man that spoke earlier.
Leader Tilden?
Yes, him and this judge, they must travel often. How often do they come here?
I reckon it's been 8 months to a year since last time he'd been through. I mean, Lirindil's a big place, and, they travel quite a bit.
All through the lands? I guess, assuming
As far as I
doing
know.
what they do
I
here.
don't exactly follow him, but I've heard he's most people know who he is.
And they
Everyone knows who she is.
They hail from Unity, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, I mean, most of the real powerful folk, at least, spend time in the city of Unity, yeah. But from what I reckon, those two go all over the place. They're not in one place as much.
Thank you for telling us a little bit. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, it's Vit.
Zvit?
Thank you, Vit.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you indeed. take this delicious rabbit home, yeah.
Oh, walk away.
I know how hungry you normally are. You eat so much.
I have to know, was there food in your bag already when you opened it?
You don't know.
Okay. So, what are you guys doing now? Are you gonna go try to find Swordy Juth? Or are you gonna, like, just assuming you guys reunite and relay
I thought
information?
you said sordid youth. I was like,
Oh,
they
no.
have children, military. I was like, oh no.
I heard
Sorting-
juice.
I heard sort of juice as well.
I heard many
I heard
names.
sorted youth.
Yes.
I was getting sketched out earlier.
Swordy Juth.
Juth.
Like sword, like the sword,
Oh,
i.e.
okay, cute.
Swordy.
Sorry.
Juth.
Okay.
J-U-T-H.
Hey, I got it right. I got Juth right. Sorry, I got it wrong.
Me down.
Take a sword and make it swordier.
Okay, so assuming you guys come together and share information,
Yeah.
is that what you're
Yeah.
gonna try
Yep.
to do?
I'll
Yep.
tell you
Yep,
wrote
yep.
most of that down.
I did, right?
I will relay
Yeah.
all of that.
You get
The Ruby
some of
Judge.
the flowers.
I got some rabbits.
Easy, got
Thanks
it.
so very much.
Yeah,
How
you
much did we
did.
get?
Yeah.
How
One
much
for
was-
each of us, right?
1, 2,
6.
3, 4, 5, 6.
That's
How
6
much
meals.
does that cover?
I'd say each one probably covers one plant.
We have 20
You might be able to stretch it to half, you know, to
That'd be
Now we
but
want
it'd be
some
like
more.
you can't do that very often.
It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Which
to
even
ask
if we
about the
halved it,
livestock.
that's still only 12 plants.
Well, we
Well-
have a possible contact that may know some more things if we wanted to reach out to this sortie about livestock.
Sure, but he's a former soldier of the.
Did he say that?
He was a former, as a Fletcher.
He's a Fletcher, former soldier.
No, yeah.
And this was lunch.
Okay.
So if we come back for dinner, and we order dinner, and we all just give up our food, or at least the meat parts of it.
Do we all have to give up our
At least the meat parts of it
If we
there.
want to feed it through these channels, I still think we should try to go out.
I do too, but let's. This sounds like this guy's on the edge of town anyway. This
Yes,
gives
but
a
he was a
better.
former soldier.
I'm not saying that we gotta ask him for livestock. I'm just saying let's go get some information and scope it out. He's on the edge of town by the forest. We can see what's.
There's no forest though. It's just like
You
farmland.
said there's an edge of where it
Yeah.
becomes forest.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
We could.
You've seen patches of trees or what looks
Yeah.
like forested areas, like whether it's like large or not, you don't know, but you know.
I think some of us should stay here though and wait for the person we're waiting for.
I don't know who that person is or how we're supposed to recognize them.
I
It's
do.
been a long time.
In private conversation, Fetch, his name is Fetch. He has a scar over his eye. And I have a keyword in case I need to use it. But for the leader.
Okay.
Why do I have the word? Never mind. I know why I have that word underlined. I was like, who the fuck is Alania? And then there was the person who got the information. Contact.
I'll stay
You
here.
sent the
leader.
letter
Yep.
to Endura.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll stay here and meet Fetch. Fallon, if you get a chance to hunt, use this. And I give him my ring of storage, which I've already preloaded with spells, so he has invisibility.
Okay.
So if he
Can
needs
he use it?
yeah, that's the way it
It's
works.
not attunement.
You have to, I can attune.
Yeah, he'd have to
I
attune
have
it.
to
Okay.
attune something
But-
because I think I'm full up, but
Okay.
I can do that.
But even if he wears it, I can, as long as I load it,
Yeah.
or if he loads it, like it doesn't matter.
So if you leave town to try to go hunt, it's going to take you probably into the night,
Okay.
basically, because hunting takes a while. So
Sure.
I want you to roll a stealth check.
With advantage because I'm going invisible.
Are you going invisible
Wait,
to
do we
leave town?
have any way of I mean, if you kill a giant deer or something.
Well, we burn it out there and then we bring the ashes
Okay,
back.
okay.
I mean, my thought was that we take the wagon out to.
Yeah, I
Sweetie.
thought we would do this later in the evening.
I mean, if you're
I'm
going
not saying-
by
I thought
yourself,
he was
do you at
going
least
to
have
the
like
edge
a
of the
tinderbox or
woods.
something?
I've got a tinderbox.
And if
yeah,
he gets an opportunity, he could go off into the woods. I
Sure.
was
This
just trying to give
is
him
basically
out.
you departing, like kind of parting ways, and
Because well, I mean, my thought is that whoever's going to Sortie is that we take the wagon and then, because there's woods out there, and I just kind of, while you guys
Yeah.
go with that, I go through the woods.
That was kind of my thought too when
And
I gave it to
if
you.
there's anything big, I can put it in the wagon.
You've got 2 charges of invisibility, by the way.
Okay.
Each one lasts an hour.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the. Can you handle like a larger, not small bow, but a
Is it a
larger
longbow?
Longbow.
Yep. I got it.
I hand you the longbow.
Are you proficient?
I
I thought you had something.
am proficient in. I've got a
He doesn't.
crossbow.
He has a crossbow. He doesn't have a
Yeah.
longbow.
I am proficient with a longbow.
I'm gonna hand you the longbow and some the arrows.
So are you using invisibility to try to part ways and get into the woods?
Only after we go to.
Right.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do invisibility and.
Okay, roll a stealth check with advantage. Just getting this out of the way.
Sure.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was gonna pass that trace for you too, if you really
Well,
wanted.
that would only go if you stick with
Yeah.
with
Oh,
Yeah, it
it's
just
like
like
30
stick to
feet
him.
or something.
You are our source.
Yeah.
However many feet. With
Yeah.
you.
It's a
Like
24.
like a light, you know.
Right, right,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Nice.
24.
An anti-light.
Nice.
Anti-light.
24. Okay. Okay. And then roll a survival check.
Yep. Maybe 14.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Well.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So for the just to knock it out,
Sure.
basically you get away and are you using it on your way back too when you eventually come back?
If I need it to get back to the wagon, and yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. You do find a deer.
Sweet.
Just one single deer, and you're able to lug it with you and everything like that. It's going to take longer if you decide to dress it and all that, do the thing outside, like skin it and all that stuff outside out there, or you got to figure out a way to do it with the carcass when you get
Yeah,
back.
in the room. Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah. It's gonna be better if I dress it. I think it's gonna be better if I dress it in the wilderness,
I will-
or
I'll-
at least in.
I'll drive the wagon and I'll tell you, just call me on my tattoo. And I can turn invisible as well
Okay.
if I need to. So just call me on the tattoo if you need any help out there.
Okay. I mean, I guess it'd be quicker too, but it's worth dressing it.
Oh, you're going with him?
Yeah, I mean, do you need help?
I figured it'd move a little bit faster.
Yeah, I'll go help
Okay.
him out.
As far as the
Then
dress
roll
goes.
survival check again with advantage since he's helping you.
Oh, that's a lot better. That's 25.
Okay, I'm going to say you find a pair.
Yes. Oh,
Shit.
Another 25, yeah.
they're fed the rest of the trip. We're
We
done.
got these stupid plants.
Yeah, that'll be
I'm just like trying to summon up these.
8 days
yeah.
of food for the plants.
I'm just like cooking up these rabbits.
Say what's the rabbit easy. I want my rabbit.
Okay.
So then that leaves you 3 going in to talk to the soldier.
You killed a bear for the flowers?
No, I didn't know.
Killed the bear.
Wait, I'm going to see the soldier?
You asked who's staying behind, meaning you weren't. And
No,
said,
I
I'll stay
was staying behind. I was asking who was staying behind with me.
Oh, well.
Also, if you don't feel comfortable talking to him, we don't have to talk to him.
I'm a tiefling going to talk to a former soldier.
I'll go then.
Why do you think I was panicked about a soldier?
I mean, I was gonna go.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
go
I
with you.
can go with you guys.
Okay, so the 3 of you are going to talk to him. She's staying behind to look for a fetch.
Yeah, I'm just
and you
hanging
two are
out.
hunting. Okay.
Yeah, we ride in the wagon until they get.
Okay, so you guys part ways. You take the wagon out to the end of the street. Just kind of speeding up some of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got some more to get through.
Yeah.
So you guys head off to do your hunting trip, finding a couple and starting to dress them and all that kind of stuff, which is going to take you into the night.
Sure.
The 3 of you, eventually, you kind of leave the edge of town and follow this path where you've been directed, and eventually you see a house kind of sitting beside the path with another kind of larger building behind it, and sitting, it's kind of a nondescript, simple house, and sitting out front, you see. In a kind of an old chair, you see an older man in his 50s, maybe 60, with this kind of grizzled, gray beard that's like short but not shaved, and with the this wrinkled face and everything, as he's just kind of sitting in the chair, and he's got this pipe, this kind of simple looking pipe in his hand. And as you get closer, you get a whiff from downwind of this kind of pungent smell of cheap tobacco. As he's sitting there looking out, as on the other side of the path from the house, you see a decent sized area of the woods is just charred and blackened, like there was a fire that had burned down a good chunk of the woods across from his house and everything like that. You see him just kind of puffing away at this, wearing that same clothing that everybody else is, but has an old sword with its belt kind of attached to it, but not attached to him, just kind of propped up against the chair next to him as he's just sitting there puffing away as you approach, and he's just looking off into the woods.
I look like Chip, but I stay back. And let
Okay.
you two-
You're Chip.
I'm Chip, but I stay back and let you two.
Indeed. May we join you, sir, for a moment? I pull out my pipe.
What's your name?
My name is Easy. What is yours?
All right, easy. Get off my property.
We just had a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Not much time, I promise. And then we can leave you in your peace.
Questions?
Yeah.
Who are you?
We're obviously passing through and new to your neck of the woods.
Well, that's obvious. Stand out like I don't know, like... Hey, what's something that stands out against tar? You hear this voice like behind him, like in the house somewhere. This. You hear a man's voice go. Well, I suppose a chicken, maybe. A chicken.
Probably that kid.
Maybe like a piece of gold. Yeah, we'll just run with that. A piece of gold and tar. Look rich too.
Oh, does he look at both of us when he does that?
Mm-hmm. Certainly not trying to hide.
No, but anyways, I know it's obvious that we're new here, but we were just in town and we heard that you might be a person that could help us get to know the area a little better.
Well, this here's Forrest.
I'm never leaving.
And he
Oh, that's great.
he kind of looks out at the patch of burned down area again, and he's like, well, thought my horse was having a stroke.
I touch my mark, and I'm like, Easy. You should offer him some of your tobacco. I don't think he's going to take it. Okay.
If you like, yeah. I'm from the Everwood. Have you ever had the pipe tobacco from there?
Ever what?
You should try it. It's delightful, yeah. And I'll go ahead and I'll pull out decent little handful of it and hand it
Don't
down
think
to him.
I'd like that much.
What's that?
Might be good. I'm not gonna be able to get more of it, so I might as well enjoy what I got.
Can't argue with that. Damn it.
Set the bar low.
If you ever change your mind, you may have some later.
We are curious. In traveling to, you've been to Unity, yeah?
What's it to you?
We are to deliver our product there. Like to
Well,
know
that's mighty nice, I guess. But this ain't it.
You've been there.
Yeah.
I do the same look at him.
He just goes back and like takes another puff and everything. You guys aren't much for conversation, are you?
I was thinking the same thing.
Now, see that? I done told you my horse might have had a stroke, and that's probably mighty important to someone. But you don't want to talk, and you see, I gotta say, I've been thinking, and I just gotta say it because I've been thinking it, and I'm just, I'm not sure how much I want to help someone who can't just sit here and talk about nothing.
Well, did your horse cause the fire here in the back part of your property?
Did my horse cause the fire?
If he was having the stroke, it could have hit a torch and caused it.
No, my horse didn't. How would a horse having a stroke cause a fire? Man,
What exactly did cause the fire?
well, like I said, I thought my horse was having a stroke.
Do go on.
Well, it was on account of him showing all the signs of having a stroke.
We're not gonna make it through this
We're
one,
not
guys.
gonna do it. We're not gonna do it.
I'm talking like a curled up foot, getting all twitchy like, forgetting things, making funny whinnies and the like, kind of walking real funny for the most part. And so because of all that, I thought he was having a stroke. Well, Healer said he wasn't. That's what he said anyway. Well, between you and me, he's a healer that, I don't mean to sound like I doubt the man on account of what I'm about to say, because it's in my best interest that he don't think I talk bad about him. But he's he's a healer for folk, and my horse ain't no folk. He ain't a healer for horses is what I'm saying. And I'm saying, what is it? What if a horse stroke's different than a human's? He could be like a world-class expert in humans, but that don't mean he know nothing about horses. I'm just supposed to take his word for it.
You're way too close to my childhood. Way too close to my childhood.
Anyway.
It's a horse stroke of a different color.
What?
Go on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Anyway, he wasn't having no stroke. He just got into some poison ivy, big old batch of it. So I burned it down.
Oh.
Sees ya.
Is he okay now?
Well, yeah, he's getting there. He's fine now. But I
That's
tell you
good.
what, ain't no plant gonna fake a horse stroke on my property.
Yep.
Like, he can fake a lot of things, but ain't gonna make me think my horse is having a stroke. That's what I say.
So I'm glad he's okay.
That's right.
See, I don't like fake things. I gotta tell you, I don't like fake people. And fake things waste my time, and my time's valuable. So I'm gonna need you to not be fake with me and tell me what you want. Like, because if you're asking me questions, if you're trying to tell me what you want and everything, trying to dance around it, I need you to imagine with me for a second a mountain. All right, you imagine a mountain?
Yes, grand one, yeah.
Right. Well, that mountain is called Mount What's Your Point, and I need you to get to the top of it. Real quick.
I think you're the best at getting to the point, Chip. I think I'm spinning my wheels here. Also, no.
Oh, no, I... Look. We don't know you, you don't know us. It's fine.
Well, we've done establish that much.
Right.
Yeah.
We just came to find out a little more about the space you live in, about how things are run here.
Yep.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh boy.
Since you're both trying, I'll give you advantage.
Yeah.
21.
Alright.
Okay. How things are run about here?
Since we're coming, we're here as merchants, just how buying and selling of goods operates here would be helpful to know.
Buying and selling. Well, there's not much about that goes around here too. I mean, you got to understand, the unified decree, most everything of value belongs to the people. Which is to say the crown, which is to say the people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much everything is run by them. Don't have to be here long to see that for yourself. I reckon you probably seen a little bit of that already, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's true, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much unified decree changed everything, made everything run by them. So most of those things go through them unless they have permission to do otherwise. Yeah, so I don't know what you're trying to sell, but
Rare flowers. Do you think those could sell in a place like Unity?
well, I mean, imagine there's I know there's the what you might call special needs up there for certain people. If you have the right connections and whatnot, you got the right names, the right things, because the leaders, they have needs that other normal folk don't have on account of them doing business with international folk and the like.
My
So,
eyes are glazing over as he talks.
Mm-hmm. So there's I mean, flowers. I don't know what use flowers can have to most folk, but no, I'm not in the flower business, so I guess I don't know nothing about that. What is it you're wanting to know other than selling flowers?
No, that's helpful.
Yeah.
We did try to buy some extra food, and were denied.
Yep.
Is that it's normal?
Yep. Yeah, food's mostly allotted to people. They got their daily allowance of different kinds of food and everything that they got to get from the crown offices and the like, and they only got their certain proportions, and if they try to get more than their proportions, they're thieving from the people. So they gotta stick to what they're given, and because if you try to take more, you're gonna get labeled as selfish, and then you're in trouble.
If we were to make it to Unity, do you know of anyone we could speak to that could help us in our trade? Someone of higher
Flower
ranking?
trading?
Someone that knows the ins and outs of how to best operate the selling of our goods?
I mean, I done told you I don't know nothing about selling flowers. I don't know nothing about who would want them. Seems like a weird thing to even get permission to be here for.
It is. They are pretty special flowers, and they obviously know the worth of them at the gate, which is why they let us pass. The problem is, we don't quite know who may have the appetite for special things in the capital. So it doesn't have to be necessarily somebody who's interested in flowers, but may there be some eccentrics, higher ups, that may be able to afford such extravagance.
Well, I mean, the king, you know, of course, entertains different people, but, you know, good luck getting in to see him. You know, eccentrics. I mean, his wizard's eccentric, but he keeps mostly to himself and his keep. So he's probably not going to be. Well, he might. I don't know. Hey, you know, maybe I don't know much about wizards or what they're. I know they're into some weird stuff. You know, so they may or may not be. You know, interested in that sort of thing. You know, I know his daughter, you know, throws parties sometimes, and maybe she'd like to decorate with some flowers. You know, again, you know, Princess Visette's probably not the easiest to see. You know, you could always, I don't know, sometimes the higher up in the militaries, you know, sometimes they, you know, the generals, they're the higher ones who aren't on the battlefield anymore. They're, for the most part, you know, they do political stuff like that where they might get some use out of that. You know, General Cray's probably the highest, but I don't know how much. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who'd be into flowers. You know, you could try up in Stonegate for General Soma, but again, stonemen like us don't really care much for that sort of thing.
And what is Tildwin's association with the military? We got his name and we heard him earlier. He was in town earlier.
Leader Tildwin. He's not exactly part of the. He's the leader of education. Like he's not military officially speaking.
Oh, I see.
I mean, all of it's part of the crown. All of it's one thing. All of it's, you know, the people. But it's not. He doesn't wield a sword for the most part. You know what I mean?
Doesn't seem like he had to. He had plenty
Yeah.
around him to do that for him.
Oh yeah, he got all sorts working for him and doing lots of things for him all the time, all over the place. Like he's lots of people looking to him, lots of eyes looking to him. Yeah, well, and especially on account of his iron fist, if you know what I mean, a ruby judge, like, you know, everybody fears her, so. Technically doesn't rule her in the direct sense, but they apparently have some sort of, I don't know, arrangement or relationship or something where she like as I can tell, she mostly do what he says.
See.
Which is, most I can tell, making people disappear and striking the fear of the, you know, well, I can't see the gods around here, but whatever fear you fear most, striking that sort of thing into your heart, I guess. You know, she comes through, everybody hides if they know what's good for them.
Speaking of fear, and with us being new here, is there anything that we should avoid or be on the watch for? We'd hate to make a mistake and offend the people.
Well, generally speaking, you want to, you know, stay low. Don't stand out too much. Have a reason for what you're doing when you do it, and you know, personally, stay out of any sort of troublemakers. You know, people who are trying to rock the boat, so to speak.
Who would dare do such a thing?
Well, there's some folk out there who's, you know, trying to change things and don't much like the way things are, and they're trying to, you know, make things not like they are, and you know.
There isn't any of those in this town, is there?
Well, I don't know. They like to, you know, work in the, I don't know, secret like.
I'd like to roll insight on that.
Huh?
I'd like to roll insight on that.
Sure.
Thank God, because I don't have it anymore.
26.
Okay. I would say, he seems to be telling the truth as far as he doesn't know to that direct question. But as you're watching and listening to him talk, you're getting the impression that he's a lot more shrewd than he lets on. Like that he's actually a lot smarter than he's
Keeping things close to the chest.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that in probably genuinely doesn't want to get involved with too much that's, troublesome or something of that nature, but he's for whatever reason he is playing close to the chest and not being direct about how much he knows.
But he's not, with that role, he's not giving away that he favors the
Not so
rebellion.
far.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, most of them, they're you'd know them because they wear masks and stuff, and they're kind of distinct when they strike. So they're if they're not wearing their mask, it's hard. They could have been anybody, I guess. So just don't tell them because none of us are going around wearing masks. You know what I mean? See, I ain't wearing masks, so have to lay
Store
knowing.
mask?
You might be. Though I don't think they like to stand out as much as you all do. That's my guess.
Is it the hair? It's the hair.
Where would we find, the type of clothes that you guys wear to, so we can feel more not as stand out?
Well, you'd have to go to the office of clothing.
Okay. And purchase the
Easy
clothes
enough.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good then.
You've been very helpful. I'm glad your horse is okay.
Oh yeah, she gonna be fine. She just need to recover a little bit, and she's gonna be all right. Just horses are resilient for the most part. Probably wouldn't be if she'd had a stroke, but she didn't. So anybody can get over a little rash.
Oh, tell me about it. And I'm gonna scratch my butt like it's very itchy and be like, "You boys back yet?"
I mean, not even close. Like
Yeah,
they're gonna
right.
be gone well into the night. This is
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah,
Like late
everything
afternoon.
takes a while.
Made us back at the end. Like, you guys ready?
Indeed, yeah. And as I'm leaving, I'm gonna drop a small clump of my tobacco while I'm walking away.
Just
Very-
to show our gratitude.
As you start to walk away, he's like, "Well, now I do have to say you got me mighty curious, because, well, actually, let me."
Cause yours is weed, right?
I mean, it's pipe tobacco or
it's
pipe.
weed.
It's I don't know.
I thought his was weed.
Oh.
No, it wasn't weed.
Well,
It's
I mean,
pipe tobacco.
it's just real good pipe.
Yeah, like I thought it was really good.
I want you to roll a deception check.
Me?
Hey, what'd
Yeah.
you do?
I did something.
Do you look like Chip?
I do look like Chip. What the hell is that?
That's a 9 plus.
19, unless it has something to do with my
Actor.
actor, like my disguise, because then I'd get advantage.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Okay.
As you start to walk away, he's still just kind of looking off and everything, puffing at his pipe, and he says, it might all be in my head a little bit, but you seemed a little, you're trying to hide it maybe, but you seemed a little interested in the people who are trying to change things.
Are you talking to me specifically? Or
You
just
don't know
like
for
me?
sure. He's talking to, he kind of stopped you as you guys were walking away.
Well, sir, I find it very prudent to be aware of my surroundings, whether they be good or bad. If you don't respect and understand both, you may fall prey to one or the other.
Respect and understand. Well, it's basically a difference of philosophy. See, Mortheg, when he put out the unified decree, he declared everyone equal and changed all the laws so that people, there can't be like a proper nobility or nothing like that, and people can't be rich no more or anything like that, and so everything's controlled and everything is run by the people. But of course, when you got the people, crowd of people can't run nothing, so they got to have people designated that they elect or select or whatever and to run everything. At the end of the day, not much different than a proper king and rulers and whatnot. It's just different names because that's just the way the world is, I guess. But they control everything now. Well, and the people who are trying to change it say it's better if people have at least opportunity to make something themselves on their own power. That it would be better if they had chances to what they call freedom. To not have to share everything, just kind of work off what eat what they hunt, so to speak.
Well, I will say, as a merchant, one's own hard work should be rewarded equally.
Yeah, well, like I said, it just sort of depends on, you want everything to be so to speak equal. Well, this is what you get, and we all get something, but not much.
I'd like to cast Read Thoughts on him.
Okay.
I can't get reads on people. I need you.
All right. Wisdom save of
16.
16. He failed.
I just want to see if he has bought in to this place.
You see it, so as you kind of reach in, he's basically got a guarded curiosity about you guys. He thinks there's more to you guys than you're saying. He is not, at least from these surface thoughts that you're hearing, you're detecting, he doesn't seem necessarily happy about the government or the current situation, but he also doesn't seem fully on board with like a rebellion or anything like that either. He seems you're it's like this weird, it's hard to put words to, but it's like a weird pull of curiosity and desire for knowledge that he has. But he's not necessarily opposed to either per se, but you don't get the impression he has a super high opinion of the crown
Or the rebellion.
Yeah, well, not necessarily a bad opinion of the rebellion. It's just you get a little bit of bad opinion about the crown, more of a neutral opinion about the rebellion.
Okay.
It's harder to place, and it's just not much more you can go with surface level thoughts, but like a general bent towards what you're talking about. But you also kind of get the impression he's like probing for opportunity, you might say.
We're not recruiters.
What's his name?
Sorty.
And it's like open-ended opportunity. Like there's not like a distinct thing he's looking for. It's like he's just a shrewd guy who is looking for. He just keeps his ears open.
I hate you so much.
Sorty.
I hate you so much for that joke.
What'd you say?
I said get sorty. Well, sorty. You're the first person in this town, I think, that you seem like a good guy. Would it be alright if we stop by again sometime and chat?
Guess there's no one stopping you.
We can find you right here.
Should be, unless I'm working. In that case, you can find me back there.
Oh,
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep. Just goes back to smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we head back.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like Swordy. He's a good old boy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I met those guys on plenty of front porch.
Oh yeah, that was my childhood.
So you guys head back while you guys are still out hunting. You return back to the inn and you rejoin Asura as you guys wait, and you see people start to trickle in as it gets closer to evening.
I've just been like 100% just looking like I've been super busy with work. Just again, just making ridiculous documents
Sure.
that become more and more stupid as they go on to be just ugly and cumbersome.
Okay. You notice as the crowd gathers, a little more subdued tone to the crowd as you're sitting there in the atmosphere. It's not quite as open and raucous as most taverns tend to be. People are drinking, and from what you can gather, they're all like basically there's a basic ale, and that's it. Some sort of wine, but it's basically that's it. Those two choices, and there doesn't seem to be varieties people are ordering. It's just that, and the food is very simple. Meat, potatoes, rice, that sort of thing, beans, but nothing super fancy or
Beans and taters.
eventually, though, as the evening progresses, you do see someone with a scar over his left eye. Again, dressed in the same way everybody else is. This kind of skinny, kind of gangly guy who also looks a little bit older. 40s, probably late 40s, maybe 50. Kind of ugly looking with this, kind of skinny face, and like, despite being skinny, like a little bit of jowls and this bulbous nose. Kind of walk in and nod at the bartender, and the bartender nods back, just kind of recognition. Nothing special. He goes and sits down at a table, and eventually is brought, what seems to be his normal meal and drink. Then he just sits there.
And I just kind of watch for a while to see if, first of all, just make sure that like another person with a scar over their eye doesn't show up, so that I'm like, grabbing the wrong person. To make sure.
Nobody else seems to fit that description. It's pretty distinct. You do see people with scars here and there, but nothing like that.
That is descriptively distinct. I look to, because y'all are sitting with me at this point, I just kind of look at everyone's cup and see if anybody, does anyone need another round of drinks?
Nope.
Does anyone need another round of drinks?
I mean, yeah.
Yes, darling. Of course.
I think it'd be great.
I just grab their cups and I start walking towards the bar, and I'm gonna try to do it in a way that forces me to like skirt his table, and I'll like bump him a little bit, like with like my like leg or something, and just be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I stumble in shadows all the time, and I just like try to drop the word shadow once, and then walk by, because I know it's not the right phrase, but I just see how he reacts to hear someone say shadows.
He just sort of shrugs and doesn't.
So be subtle. Get to the bar, get another round, like bring the empty cups, ask for like a round of water, if there's water option. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
just like a round of water. And then on my way back, I'm not gonna stumble this time, I'm just gonna knock his chair a little bit and then look at him again.
We got a problem.
No, not at all. You look like someone I thought I recognized from past life.
Right.
You know.
You look clumsy.
A little bit, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it happens. I'm just one of those things where I naturally just fetch things for people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I sit with my friends at the table. Where did my notes go?
Do you not know the phrase anymore?
Oh no.
Well, it's not. I'm not supposed to say even shadows have shadows to him. I'm supposed to say it to the leader.
Yeah, if he has trouble with the leader, is what you're told.
Yeah, I can't drop that phrase with him. I'm trying to see. I was trying to see if he was a leader. But his name is Fetch. Is the guy's name. That's why I was like, I just fetch things for my friends all the time. Sitting at the table over there.
Is that so?
It is. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump your chair.
It's no problem.
And I just go back and I sit back down.
You see his eyes kind of follow you as you sit down.
And I just sit there for a little bit, wait for the cups of water to show up. And then once the cups of water show up, I'm gonna be like, feeling like I should lay down for a minute. I think I had too much to drink earlier. And I like get up and make a big loop to the stairs, and I slowly walk my way up the stairs to the room upstairs.
Okay. Make a performance check.
Oh no! Alrighty. Oh wait, I have a +4 to performance. 18.
Okay.
Pretty easy.
Okay. So you get up and go up to your room. Okay.
And I'll keep the door kind of ajar.
Yuck.
Use it one day.
One day.
Eventually, the rest of you see him as, you see him, kind of stealthily, but he keeps an eye on her as she walks out. But eventually he does stand up and follow. And after a couple of minutes, you hear the door creak behind you as he steps right inside and kind of surveys the room very quickly. And it's like, how you know me?
I was given your name by a dear friend of mine, that you had some information.
And who's this dear friend?
Well, my dear friend doesn't have a name, but I believe they got it from your dear friend, Alanya.
Alanya.
That is what I was told.
And what information are you looking for?
Butterflies.
Like the insect.
More of an emblem.
What about these butterflies?
They've been found in some very unusual places, where they ought not be.
Seems like there's a lot of places they shouldn't be. What do you, he like steps aside and closes the door and he's like, what is it you want?
I want the information that was told that I would be receiving.
I don't know what you were told to be receiving.
I don't know what I was told to be receiving either. I was told to come here and talk to the guy because he had information for me.
You were told he was a connection
Yeah.
if you wanted to talk to the rebellion,
Okay.
not specific information.
Oh, okay. I thought he was my specific piece of information. I was told that you could get me a audience.
With?
Alanya.
I don't know if I can promise that. She's not always around.
If not her, then whoever is close to her that would have some important information.
Only one person close to Alanya. I mean, we all know her, but only one person close to her.
And who's
Getting
that?
to see him is going to be a little bit harder.
But I'm sure you can do it.
Well, it's not a matter of whether I can, it's a matter of whether you can.
You get me in the room, I can get myself the audience.
Mm-hmm. Gather in this room 1 hour from now. And keep the lights out. And he turns and opens the door and walks out.
Okay. 1 hour, I need you. And then as soon as he leaves, I touch my tattoo. 1 hour, I need you all up here. Lights out.
Okay.
Alright.
I nod like I think she can see me.
So, for the sake of time, you guys wait and meet up back in.
Does that reach me in Valen?
Yeah.
We'll say about this, like right around an hour is when you guys return.
Okay.
And you guys all gather in the room with the lights out and wait. After a time, in this dark room, you see just a soft light as the door opens, and you only see just in the silhouette of the door light a figure step in a cloak. And do you want to? What are you gonna do?
I have my daggers out, prepared just in case anybody's trying to fuck with me. And I'm just like, hello?
You see a flash as a candle lights up on like a little, candle holder.
Mm-hmm.
And you see standing there a figure dressed all in black with a black cloak that's pulled up, except for a blank white mask. And the figure just sets the candle on a nearby shelf. She kind of like looks you over with just this. It's just a blank, human mask. It sort of looks over each of you, and you hear a woman's voice speak, and she says, "I told you no Erlania."
The name came from a close friend.
And who is this close friend?
An ancient man.
There's a lot of old men in the world.
He is far older than any of them.
I don't think you know who you're talking to.
I don't.
You're talking to someone who doesn't have time for games.
It's perfectly fine by me. For it appears even shadows have shadows.
I don't know what that means. But if we're not going to talk plainly, you hear the click of the door opening.
Wait. What is your name?
That's not how this works.
Well, if we're going to speak plainly, then we need to speak plainly. If I don't know who I'm talking to, then why would I tell you?
To speak plainly, you don't get to know who I am.
Well, you obviously don't have the information I need then.
You came to us.
Exactly. For information that was told I would be given. Do you have that information?
We do know something of what you're looking for. That's not information we're going to give out to strangers. People we don't know, people who aren't with us in the same cause.
What I believe is that everyone deserves to make their own choices in this world. To make their own mistakes and enjoy their own successes.
You see the head tilt a little bit as she says, "Are you saying you want to join us?"
That's a complicated question. Since we have kind of our own journey that we are walking on. What I am saying is that there is some very valuable information that is currently stored within your ranks. And we cannot leave without knowing it. So you have us at a disadvantage. We cannot promise you our swords, our lives. But we can certainly not oppose you. We are looking for opportunity to be friends.
Roll a persuasion check. With advantage.
Please, I don't have great persuasion. Nat 20. So 24.
That's it.
I don't have a +4. All of it's in deception.
Okay. This blank mask just kind of surveys, stares at you for a while, and long, uncomfortable silence. And she says, "That name alone will get you through get you to the door, but it won't get you through it. That part's going to be up to you.
Understand?
But you got to understand, we got to protect ourselves too. So you want to get to that door, you're going to have to drink this." And she pulls out what looks like, a small packet of some sort with some powder inside. And says, basically says, "You have to put this in, you get some drink, some water around the room."
All of us or just me?
All of you?
Then, bottoms up, yeah.
Yep. At least it's not a contract.
That we know of.
As you all drink, she turns to you and says, "But not you, love."
Why?
Well, that's for her.
Noah?
What?
You, yes, as you guys have all drank now at this point.
Yeah.
You guys all watch as this shadowy figure starts to fade from vision. And you hear her tell Zenoa, "You're going to come with me for a moment."
What's going on?
"Well, you're going to find out." And she turns and you see the door open and close.
What is happening with them?
You see them start to droop as they are clearly falling under.
What'd you do to them?
She left.
Oh, okay.
It's basically a now or never, follow or don't.
Yep. I'll follow her.
Snow, be safe.
But,
As you guys' vision goes black. Zenoa, you follow the figure who leads you down the hallway into another room. As it steps into the room, you see her step into this and kind of step to the side, kind of facing into the room. As you walk in, you see a kind of older woman, probably in her 50s, with this sort of long, graying hair, like brown on its way to gray. Still kind of pretty for what it is, but she sits there in a fairly simple gray dress with a holy symbol of Ildris around her neck. And And she says, "Hello, my dear. I'm Talon. I am a priestess of Ildris, and I've dreamed about you."
Does she look familiar?
No, not at all.
Dreamed about me?
I had a dream that we were in a blizzard, and you were sort of lost in this blizzard, and you had the chance to choose between a false comfort and the right path of true strength and true warmth. And I was to wait for you at the end of that path to guide you. It suddenly hits you. It sounds very suspiciously like the same
What I
dream
just
from
said.
different perspectives.
Yeah, okay. That was you?
Well, no, it wasn't me. I believe it was her.
You saw me.
Yes. I believe she brought us together. And I have things to teach you.
My friends.
You will see them again. But they're going on a different path for now.
I had a feeling. Had a feeling. What now?
And she kind of stands up with a little bit of grace for someone her age, and kind of has this dignity to her, but like a quiet dignity, not like arrogant, you know. But she says, "Now your friends are going to go with my friends," and she gestures to the cloaked figure standing next to you, and says, "But I think Ildris has another path for us, for the moment. But I think you'll reunite."
Then I'm hopeful.
Then we should go.
Yeah.
Our presence here, especially in this garb, is risky.
I'm ready. And I'll look to the cloaked figure. Just say. Just take care of them. Make sure they're okay.
That'll be all right as long as they don't do anything stupid.
She kind of makes a face.
Everything here is up to them.
They'll be alright. And I'll look to the older lady. I'm ready.
All right. Then let's go. Into winter. And that's where we're going to leave things off.
I never expected going into China we'd find southern accents. Like, I'm very pleased.
It's almost like you live in China. I'm like, very impressed with what's going
Oh,
on.
really?
Yeah. It's giving, China.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've lived here my whole life, but my sister, cousin, Aunt Jemima, she done left out.
Alrighty. I know we lived down there, but even
Sister
still.
cousin.
Even still, that's a... That's a trope.
No way, it's 2020. My
It's
sister
2020?
It's past 2020.
Is it 2020?
Time
Now
is a
it's-
construct.
I gotta
Ever
cut- I
since
gotta
2020.
We all got stuck in 2020.
Yeah.
Really
It's
did.
not done.
I gotta get with the times and be like, my sister, cousin, uncle.
Oh.
So,
That's right.
unfortunately, this is going to be the last time Cody's with us for a little bit.
I don't want you to leave. Don't ever leave.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be missed.
Yep.
And excited to see where everybody goes still and where you're going. We'll find out when you return later. Hopefully. So, yeah, we'll definitely miss you.
Yep.
Good enjoying it so far.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
I've just been really happy. Sorry. I'm trying really hard not to cry right now. It's fine.
This is fun.
I'm fine. This is fine.
We also have no show next week. Next week is a break. And also Memorial Day.
Yeah. That's true.
So we will be back in 2 weeks to continue this and to pick up and see where the party wakes up and see how things continue.
Yep.
Awesome. Sweet, good stuff, guys.
Always
So,
steps
see you in 2 weeks.
Bye, friends.
Happy Memorial Day.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye now.